Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The intro video is not set up, but we have to start the day with our national anthem. So I'm going to go ahead and start that now.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
And then, as Weld QC John would say, may your beer stay cold. Wait. May the grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Let me go ahead and remove this. Let me close my door. Let me start drinking my tea. And let me say hello to chat. So, good morning, Bell Runner. He's correct. Like the stream as you come in. Like the stream, share it with your friends. Engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to everyone, all the chippers and all the Oilers for being so gracious and so supportive recently. It is very much appreciated. Patriarch says, hello. Mystic Jin says, this is why I'm here. True. AKA Batu Sai says, oh my God, I am early enough to catch the opening song. True. Jen Wink says, I'm a never Trump guy. I'm also a never Vance guy. That maybe we'll just keep it, especially for what is it? It'll be 28. During the 28 election cycle, we'll keep the never Trump anthem. We might just keep it for the next like 30 to 40 years until I'm dead. But, we'll definitely keep it through the Vance presidential run. Sacred Snow says, good morning. Fell Runner says, live DJ this morning too. You have no idea. I've been thinking about doing like 30 minutes of like pre-stream music because a lot of streamers do that. But I just haven't actually found the time or energy to cut it all up yet. Patriarch says, and I also don't know if you guys are going to like my music. You might hate my music, and therefore I'll lose viewers. So I don't know. I don't know if I should do 30 minutes of music before the stream starts. Patriarch says, where's the dancing video? I don't know. It's somewhere in here. Valor Media Network. I must have taken it off for another debate, and then sometimes it doesn't load all the way, and blah, blah, blah. No idea. Kirby Harp says, I didn't realize until now that it's JD Vance saying this stuff. Oh, yeah, it's JD Vance for sure. AKA Batu Sire says, maybe it's because it started on time. No, F you. Fast and Bulba says, do you think ICE might want to fix their reputation with the public before someone from the public responds in kind? By the way, if that happens, the correct response should be, that sucks, but it makes sense, though. Well, arguably, that already happened. You had that ICE shooter out of Texas, I think, who lit up an ICE van. Now, unfortunately, he didn't strike any ICE agents, which also would have been bad. I don't think shooting cops is good. I just wish ICE would change their tactics a little bit, but that's okay. And the what is it? He ended up like hitting and killing and wounding detainees. So I think it was an anti-ICE terrorist attack, but the only person they killed were immigrants, which was kind of fucked up. So Jen Winkler says, Groovy Harps, I just realized a month or two ago and my mind was blown. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Eben says, good morning. Stream liked before I even read chat. Thank you, Eben. I appreciate you. Liking the stream is free. Engaging in chat is free. Super chats and memberships are not free, but they're fun. So if you got money burning a hole in your pocket, feel free to share. If you don't worry about it. We always have a good time. Fell Runner for 2 says, goals, true. I should set goals before we start the content, but thank you for chipping it and starting us off, Fell Runner. Eben says it's the grill hottest anthem. Indeed. Jen Winkler says, Bulbous is the reputation. Bulbous, this is the reputation they want. Maybe they want the reputation of psycho stormtroopers beating the crap out of Mexican normies in order to deport them and then occasionally shooting people in the face if the people get in their way. That's the nicest way to say it. Jen Winkler says, bro, the way Food Shops plays music forever before stream is weird as hell to me. I wouldn't like it, but I could adjust. I mean, what I would do is I would start it at like 8:50 or 9 o'clock, right? I would have like I would have 30 minutes of pre-stream music and then do it. And I've seen Queeman do it. I've seen Nicholas DiOrio do it. To be honest, those are the only two that I see routinely do it. I don't know if Chud does it because Chud actually goes live before I do. And I'm trying to think of what else. But yeah, there's a bunch of people who play like 30 minutes of music. I think Turkey Tom used to do that. AK Batusai says, Pisco's music drives me nuts. I don't mind a waiting screen, but playing like 5 songs seems lazy. Why? I guess we're going against the music idea. There's a bunch of music songs that I like. Is it okay? It's like cereal. Huh. My mother-in-law made my wife called it puppy chow, which freaked me out, but apparently it's Chex Mix covered in sugary stuff. That's cool. Tico Suave says, are they cops if they aren't trained to or abide by the law? Government thugs feels more appropriate. You guys are so, no offense, Tico Suave. I parasocially love you, and I appreciate you for being a longtime channel member. You guys are so fucking soy. Just because stepping in front of a car is a terrible idea as a law enforcement officer doesn't give the person in the car the right to accelerate over a law enforcement officer. Like I hate to tell you that, because I know we love being, ooh, that's really good. Oh shit, that's good. I know we like being like soy and, oh, there's like a lemon. It's like a lemon cookie taste. Holy shit. Wow. That is dangerous. I'll be eating that during stream for sure. Okay. I'm going to explain this to you. Okay. Car. Dangerous. 3,000-pound death machine. Routinely kills tens of thousands of Americans every single year. Human being. Basically a walking water balloon. Okay. Now, if car hits the water balloon is going to explode and it's going to die. Okay. So, as a walking water balloon, you should not step in front of a 3,000-pound death machine. That's advisable. However, this water balloon was vested with detention authority by the courts of the United States of America. And therefore, if you're a person in a 3,000-pound death machine, if this person tells you to get out and put your hands behind your back, it is your lawful duty to get out of your car, put your hands behind your back, put on handcuffs, and go argue in front of a judge why your detention is illegal. Okay? That's the way our system is set up. So if you're in a 3,000-pound death machine and a water balloon walks in front of your car, but that water balloon has the vested authority, you cannot just run over the water balloon and then blame the water balloon for being in the way. You have to put it in park, turn off your car, get out of the car, let them tow your car, and then go to a court of law in order to argue why you were justified in doing what you were doing. But here's the other thing that you guys don't realize about civil disobedience. You understand that civil disobedience is a form of peaceful protest because you're not engaged in violence against the water balloon law enforcement officers, okay? But what you're doing is still illegal. Do you understand that? So blocking roadways is illegal. During the era of segregation, trespassing in a white-owned business after the owner had already told you to leave is an illegal action. Violating a private business's policy that black folks sat in the back, white folks sat in the front, and then you sat in the front anyways, that was violating the policy. And as a private entity, it had the right to trespass you. And then law enforcement had the right to come in and detain and arrest you. Okay. But civil disobedience is doing peaceful, illegal actions to protest an injustice. But the whole point of civil disobedience, if it's meant to be peaceful, is to not engage in violence, so you call attention to the moral injustice that's happening, okay? If you do illicit actions, you should expect to get arrested, And doing illicit actions and then being detained and arrested is not a reason to freak out and start killing cops. Like, I seriously feel like the libs, no offense, Tico Suave, I love you, and I love all my lib commentators. But you guys forgot that like civil disobedience is technically illegal and you can be incarcerated for it. And law enforcement officers have the right to incarcerate you for it. It's actually like the point. The whole point of civil disobedience is to do peaceful, illegal actions to draw attention to a moral injustice. I'm sorry, these things are so good. I have to eat them right now. Sorry, Tico Suave. You inspired a rant. Well, QC John says, good morning. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing stuff up. Amen. Amen. Conserve liberalism says 14th like reporting in. Y'all be on it today. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Grassroots Tetchabon was up last night and he was killing it. Like, seriously, he was like 60 or 70% of the donations, and it was like 10, 20 bucks like every single time. It's just like pop, 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 pop. It's going crazy with it. AKA Batusai says, I wish Tim Pool would make better music. I like his second song, and that's it. That happens. Some people are one-hit wonders. I bet Food Shops plays Blues Clues music for an intro. Whoa. That's a spicy meatball. Horse God says, replies to Pearl on Twitter claiming she won the debate against Anne is all the evidence I need that X has poisoned this nation. Interesting. I want the song to be Charlie Kirk. I will only do the We Are Charlie Kirk one if it's the one where he's a robot and it's like Kanye West calls him 3 seconds before he's assassinated. And then he like flies up to the skyscraper and it's an Orthodox Jewish sniper. And then I think robot Charlie Kirk takes out the Orthodox Jewish sniper. Oh, no, it was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was the person who called Charlie Kirk to warn him of the sniper. Charlie Kirk flies up to the second-story building. It's an Orthodox Jewish man. He takes out the Orthodox Jewish man. And then robot Charlie Kirk and Jeffrey Epstein, they do the conga. They do the conga to the song We Are Charlie Kirk. That would be wildly offensive. And I would not expect to retain any conservative audience member after making that a part of my intro settings. I would expect it to be fire. Tico Suave says, I don't know about the 30 minutes of music, but a starting song is normal. Maybe we'll just skip it then. What happened to Turkey Tom? Does he exist? He makes content. He's still doing video essayist stuff. He was making plenty of money live streaming. He was getting good viewership live streaming, but I think he hated it because he felt like the reaction meta of finding the spiciest, dirtiest, most disgusting story happening in the current day and reacting to it live without all the information and the audience that he accumulated. I think he genuinely did not like the vibes of the content. So he stopped live streaming. Conservative liberalism says, how on earth do you have a 3D printer on the floor with dogs in and out of the room? Has that not gone horribly wrong yet? No, not with this one. This one's gone great. The Bamboo A1. I cannot recommend the Bamboo A1 enough. It's $400. It does almost perfect prints. For this one, all I would need to do is hit it with a car filler primer paint, sand it, and then do that a couple of times, and this would be a perfect print. I love this. So this is the bottom half of an ODST helmet. And so you can't see it because I'm wearing a black t-shirt. But this is the bottom half of an ODST helmet. It's a little bit too small, but honestly, once I get the top part on, it might be fine. And then if I need to expand it by 10%, I will. But I'm going to get like bike. So number one, I'm obviously going to glue the top half on top and then see how it fits. That's the top half back there. I might run out of filament just as the print is done, but I'm kind of praying. We're so close to the job being done. I don't want to swap out filament because sometimes you lose a layer when you do that. So I don't want to swap out the filament unless it's absolutely necessary. But it's already 90% of the way done. I could probably it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not the detail. But that's the top half. I'll use a acidic liquid plastic cement in order to join it to the bottom part. And what the cement does, they have this like plastic liquid cement thing. And what it does is not only is it adhesive, where it sticks two parts together through an adhesive property, but it also melts the plastic a little bit. So the plastic from one side bonds with the plastic from another side. It's a very specific mixture. And so the bond is supposed to be super strong. So I'll take my bottom half of my ODST helmet, I'll bond the top half, I'll check the measurement, and then if I need to, I'm going to want to for comfort because I plan on wearing it while I'm shooting guns. I'm going to get airsoft. You know how airsoft has like almost like a metal mesh or like a wire mesh that goes on the outside of a mask? That way it catches the BBs. Instead of doing a plastic visor, oftentimes I've found that with like plastic visors or plastic goggles, if you breathe out, then it fogs your visor. There's just too much moisture in your breath. And so as a result, I want to do the paintball wire mesh for the visor and then take it from there. And I'll probably paint it forest green or OD green. I'll match it up with my current Imperial Guard cosplay stuff. I'm going to print out armor, though. I'm going to paint that 3D OD green as well. And then I might go back and buy a MARPAT, Marine Corps pattern, digital Marine Corps pattern combat shirt and digital Marine Corps pattern trousers, because I think it'll look really, 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 really good. So yeah. Sacred Snow says, it just gives people time to filter in. Just watch for the copyright stuff. Sure. Tico Suave says, lol, legit. Haven't had puppy chow since high school. Yeah, it's very good. Audacity says, happy Monday, Connor. My lungs are 18% drywall dust this lovely morning. I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope it makes you feel more manly. Bell Runner says, have we heard back from Khazra? Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. The Tribe says, oh boy, that debate was wild. Well, I need to catch up. I haven't watched any of it over the weekend. Effect says, I get to mag dump into any car that drives in my general direction. True. Good Grief Grip says, accelerate over is interesting framing. I mean, it's literally what happened in the video. So what do you want? We literally watched a bunch of BLM protesters getting run over by vehicles at 3 miles an hour. A 3,000-pound vehicle going over your legs at 3 miles an hour is great bodily harm. I don't give a fuck who you talk to. By the way, Pisco's argument is not that a vehicle can be a deadly weapon. His argument is that he was doing like, it's deadly force by jeopardy or something. It's some new legal concept that says that cops oftentimes instigate deadly force scenarios by putting themselves in jeopardy on purpose. And that's like the strongest argument that you have. Sorry, my dog wants to come in and out a billion times. The strongest argument you have is deadly force by jeopardy. It's also killing the driver doesn't end the deadly force scenario, but I don't think either one of those would be decided in a court of law in favor of the driver. Not to my knowledge. Not in recent history. I expect that to change over time. Like in the next like half decade to decade, there was a deadly force case that was decided in the person who hurt a law enforcement's favor because the cop instigated a deadly force scenario. I expect in the next decade there might be a court case like that, but I expect it to emanate from a blue jurisdiction, and I expect it to be extremely controversial. So I think just because Pisco's arguing it doesn't mean that it's a matter of settled legal fact. AK Batusai says, U-Haul truck driver drove into a protest in LA. Wow, a vehicle is a weapon again. Yep. Hood Monkey says, good morning, everyone who were already hit the gym today, took a good poop, and is about to listen to Connor in their commute. If you don't agree to all three, you're gay. True. Hans Mayer says, did he catch the video that the ICE officer shot? Bro, you missed out on content, bro. That was like half of last week's content. Also, Hans Mayer, if you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord and or put away for Grassroots Hegemon to reach you. Grassroots Hegemon is in your neck of the woods. I think he said that he's in Germany for the next week. And I think he said he's in Italy after that. And he wanted to hang out with a community member. So if you're down and you're not an autistic antisocial freak, then show Grassroots Hegemon your favorite BDSM dungeon. Hans Mayer says, oh, wait, that's the one that I just read. Fellrunner says, did you see the video from across the street? Yes. Did you see the video from the guy who got run over's perspective? Yes, I've seen all the videos. Your fist just move faster than the car in that question. Okay. Tico Suave says, I'm not just winging it about that dude. They are factually trained less. They are factually shipped in from other states. They are also encouraged to be more violent. Okay. Fast and Bulbous says, ice is a water balloon as well, though. I mean, I think I was arguing that the ice guy was a water balloon. Random commentator says, I wouldn't say anything about the shooting, but the standard of the new ICE agents is in the sewer. Pretty sure I saw a story that like half of them don't meet qualifications. I'm sure that they are dumb, aggressive, violent, poorly trained cops. That doesn't mean they're not cops. The tribe says, yep, let's keep acting like the only unoptimal actor here was the driver. Nobody fucking said that. Nobody said that. This is why I love having drawings, guys. This is why I love having drawings, because you guys can be so fucking soy. You can not watch the content. You can not pay attention to what I'm saying. And then I can just pull up the drawing. And I can be like, hey, we already discussed this. We already discussed this. I already addressed your arguments. You're being fucking soy. And you're not paying attention to what I'm saying, which is not my fault. If I say something that's accurate, and you don't pay attention to what I'm saying, that's not my fucking problem. That's your problem, okay? So these are my 3 claims that I have staked out that I think will be true regardless of our argumentation back and forth with Pisco or any other libs. There is a 99% chance that the officer involved will not even be charged with a crime or violating department policy. I'm going to throw that up at the federal level. This is still true. And then when I was talking to Pisco, I said that I think it's 50-50 whether or not the state's going to charge him. I'm putting it at like 90-10. He's not getting charged by the state. Straight up. 90-10, he's not going to get charged. So if on the 1% chance the officer was put in for administrative action for violating departmental policy, there's a 1% chance he will actually be fired from law enforcement. If on the 1% chance the officer is charged with a crime, he will not be convicted of said crime. And I apply that at the state level. I apply that at the federal level. Those are my 3 central claims. Now, addressing who said it? The tribe. Yes, let's keep acting like the only inoptimal actor here was the driver. That's not even true. So what we saw from the ICE agent's cell phone footage is that he got out of his car. He walked around this car. He got a cell phone footage of the driver's face. That probably so he could use it for court purposes, in my estimation. He got a video of the license plate. That way he could identify it. Then he moved to the other side. And then I don't know what he planned on doing. I genuinely do not know what he planned on doing at that point, but he had documented who the driver was and what the license plate were. But it looked like 2 or 3 agents approached the driver from the driver's side vehicle, and they were like, hey, you need to get out of the car. You know, you're under arrest, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so what he did is he walked back in front of the vehicle, and then the driver sees him, and decides, no, I'm going to try to flee and elude anyways, so I'm going to take off. And so she takes off, and then we have the shooting, right, where he puts 3 rounds in here. Any law enforcement officer worth their salt, anyone who is tactically sound will say that the ideal would have been for the cop to approach from the passenger side and give lawful orders for this lady to shut off her vehicle. The other thing would have been to move his vehicle in front of her vehicle so she couldn't flee. Those would have been the ideal tactical choices. But you understand that criticizing someone's tactics is not the same as departmental policy. Departmental policy is not the same as law. And so even if he violated department policy, which I think is arguable because we already documented that as well. Where is it? I got it somewhere in here. Where is it? I thought I had it drawn. I guess I didn't save it. But I had an argument with some soy person. I think it was Officer Nasty. I had an argument with Officer Nasty about departmental policy. In departmental policy, there were 3 thresholds at which point you could fire into a moving vehicle. And I think 2 of them he was completely justified on. And 1 of them was arguable. So once again, if it's arguable, the default goes to the officer. So sorry, tough titties. You're wrong. Keep coping and seething and molding, though. I'm sure Pisco will be able to jay you off at some point in the immediate future. So if you want to fight about it, stay here. If you want to get jayed off, then go to Pisco. Tico says, like, your position is reasonable, Connor, but I think that suggesting ICE or government thugs is much less soy than you're suggesting. Okay, I can agree with their government thugs. I just think that saying that they're government thugs who are unilaterally wrong in every single thing they do is soy. Patriarch renewed their membership for 5 months. Thank you, King. As a walking water balloon, you should shoot the 3,000-pound death machine, which will definitely stop it. Once again, not something that I've said. As a matter of fact, that was the one argument from Pisco that I was like, I'm going to have to think. I'm going to have to grok on that. I'm going to have to think about that. Hans Mayer says, I know all the videos. TS Phantom, one issue is they're given lawful authority. They're acting very much in a lawless manner. I don't think that's true. Tribe says, de-escalation comes first, Connor. You should know that. See, and then that's so fucking soy, Tribe. That's so soy. You understand de-escalation is a tactic. Once again, it's a tactic or a policy. It's not a law. So, for instance, do I have a legal requirement to de-escalate with a mass shooter? No. I get to shoot them full of holes the second I see them because they're posing an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to myself and others almost immediately. I do not have to de-escalate with a mass shooter. So de-escalation is an optimal tactical strategy, not a policy or a legal standard. Tico Suave says, but we can agree to disagree. I guess it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, we can agree to disagree, but I'm right and you're wrong, but that's okay. Effect says, so citizens have been able to argue in front of a judge and haven't been sent to third world countries. We haven't sent citizens to hellholes with no due process. I love how you just make shit up. This is how I know you guys are triggered. Not that I don't love you. Effect is a routine chatter as well. But this is how I know you guys are fucking triggered. You just throw shit at the wall that I've never said. When you start throwing shit at the wall, I basically know you're floundering. Hans Mayer says, I'm on my phone and I'm walking my dog. Well, God bless you. She didn't block the roadway either. Yes, she did. She literally pulled in front of 2 lanes of traffic and then moved her vehicle back and forth over the course of 5 minutes in order to obstruct a ICE convoy. What are you talking about? What a comical amount of bootlicking. Effect. I know that you've been a chatter in my chat before, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of latitude. Say another comment like that, I'm banning you. Once again, I have no problems with criticism. I have no problems with arguments. And I'm going to be a smug bitch because this is my stream. But if you're going to be a smug bitch, I'm going to twist your balls. So, Tribe says, but yes, she was absolutely disturbing the peace or doing something that could be deemed illegal. It wasn't blocking the road. Yes, it was. Fellrunner says, there are accusations about these specific cops using standing in front of a vehicle to justify an escalated response. Is that a thing you believe is possible or it's bullshit? No, it's entirely possible. Let me show you something real quick. That is ammunition for the soy libs. Let me give the soy libs some ammunition real quick. Deadly force by Jeopardy. Deadly force by Jeopardy refers to the legal and law enforcement concepts of officer-created jeopardy and the ability, opportunity, and jeopardy framework used to justify the use of lethal force. Officer-created jeopardy. If you guys want to stop being soy, this is where you need to move your argumentation to. It's that in police use of force scenarios, cops will force the situation so they can use force. This is where you need to move your argumentation to. Not because whenever you guys say, because this might be a little bit of a straw man, but just bear in mind, this is what I'm hearing when you say that, is that if a cop stands in front of your vehicle and if you're panicked, you as a citizen who is acting irrationally in a criminal manner should have the right to attempt to flee. And if you strike said officer with your vehicle, the officer should just allow you to do so because shooting you in the face might not de-escalate the situation. That's what I hear when you guys keep arguing all these fucking soy points in reference to this thing, is that you have the right to commit criminal actions, you have the right to evade detention, and you have the right to hurt or kill people as long as you didn't mean to while trying to escape. As a matter of fact, I'm going to write these things down because this is what I'm hearing. This might not be exactly what you're saying, but this is the implication of your argumentation. So let's write down what I'm hearing, even if it's not what you actually truly are saying. Okay. So let's say that we understand that officer created jeopardy is a thing, which we do. We do understand it's a thing, and I think it's a real thing. So let's write this down. Citizens have the right to engage in low-level criminal actions in reference to civil disobedience, and as long as they're not violent, they should not be arrested. So what I hear when you guys say, oh, she's not obstructing traffic or she's engaged in civil disobedience, that doesn't warrant deadly force. What I hear is the implication that citizens should be able to engage in illegal but low-level civil disobedience as long as it's not violent. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Then what I hear is if an officer creates jeopardy, well, actually, number two, citizens do not have to surrender to law enforcement once notified that they are being detained / arrested. They can resist arrest. That's another implication of your argumentation, even if you don't mean it. That's what I'm hearing. Then the other thing is that if an officer escalates a risky situation, then the panicked member of the public should be able to flee, and if they hurt, kill someone in their attempt, they should be allowed to, as long as they had the intent to flee / elude, but not the intent to hurt or kill. All right. Citizens have the right to engage in low-level criminal actions in reference to civil disobedience, and as long as they're not violent, they should not be arrested. 2, citizens do not have to surrender to law enforcement once notified that they are being detained / arrested. They can resist arrest. 3, and if an officer escalates a risky situation, then the panicked member of the public should be able to flee, and if they kill someone in that attempt. Well, I can. Let's separate those out, because I don't think that you might agree to number 3, but not number 4. 4. If the person does not intend to hurt / kill someone in their attempt to flee, that should be treated differently than someone who is actively violent, and cops should use less force. 5, when cops are threatened with deadly force, they should stop and evaluate if their deadly force response will stop the situation before pulling the trigger. Which honestly, like, that's not the craziest things to say. Like the last one in particular, I don't think is the craziest thing I've ever heard. I think the reason why I flip the fuck out on people is because you're expecting cops to make this evaluative decision when the entire situations are elapsing in less than like 2 or 3 seconds. And so you're expecting people to have like you're expecting them to have like an entire conscious narrative inside their head in 2 to 3 seconds, which is not biologically possible. And so I think you guys have unreasonable standards for what cops are capable of, even on a biological level. So, yeah, this is what I would say. You might say that this is a straw man, But this is what I'm inferring from the soy argumentation that some of you guys are giving me. I understand it's like a small percentage of the chat that's doing it right now. But since we have like a large DGG crossover, Minnesota shooting, soy argumentation implications. I can expand or inject nuance into that as needed, but I do think some of y'all are being soy as fuck. But that's okay. That's okay. You know what? Soy milk is sometimes delicious. Sometimes you don't want the stomach burn of a cow milk. Sometimes you want some soy milk. Sometimes you just want to find little almonds and you just want to squeeze their tiny almond nipples, you know? Anyways, getting back to the chat, if I can find it. Fellrunner, officer created jeopardy is absolutely a thing. And if the soy members of my audience shifted their argumentation to officer created jeopardy, I would actually concede more ground to them. So if they shift their argumentation, I'll be like, yeah, that's a thing. Not only is that a thing, that's a thing observable in this specific situation. I still don't think that gives citizens the right to run over law enforcement officers, but I do think law enforcement officers need to think more about the situations they're in and what their actions are going to be, and if their actions actually de-escalate and resolve the law enforcement situation. That's 100% true. And I think that once it escalates to deadly force, you kind of just have to evaluate that scenario to see whether or not it falls within current legal guidance of deadly force. But I think officer created jeopardy 100% should be like a liability thing. So for instance, let's say that we have a deadly force encounter scenario. As a matter of fact, let's just use this one as an example, where the officer is cleared of criminal charges because he argues that, well, I was a law enforcement officer participating in my legally prescribed duties. Somebody threatened me with deadly force. I took action with deadly force. And as a result, I shouldn't have to go to prison or jail for what I did. I think that should clear the officer from a criminal charge and incarceration. However, I do think that officer created jeopardy, where a officer recklessly, stupidly, unreasonably escalates a situation to deadly force, and then as a result, somebody is injured or killed, I think that they should lose their sovereign immunity protections and they should be open to civil lawsuit. So even if the ladies, because I think that was her wife who was filming the ICE agent who was walking around the car, even if they lose their case, I think that the wife of the ICE agent, or excuse me, the wife of the person who was killed by the ICE agent should be able to say, my partner was clearly not trying to strike the officer with her car. This officer escalated the situation by stepping in front of the vehicle. That created officer-created jeopardy, and and also his use of deadly force would not have stopped the officer-created jeopardy, and therefore I should be able to sue the federal government and get paid out on a wrongful death suit for the death of my wife. And I think she should, even if she doesn't win that court case, I think that should be arguable in a court of law. And based off of more extreme scenarios or this exact scenario, they should be able to win a civil suit for damages for wrongful death. I think that's reasonable. Affect says, I'm ready to give up the Second Amendment. The 2As will only lick boots and eat barrels. Effect, you are like, I already gave you a warning like 5 minutes ago. You are this close to being fucking banned. That is the most like cringe soy lib bullshit I've ever read in my entire life. That go fuck yourself. That is so R-slurred. I can't even see straight. Jen Winkler says ICE can't arrest her and tow her car. They would need to call local cops or FBI at least, someone with jurisdiction over her. I don't know if there are maybe some outlandish circumstances in which they could. I don't even think that's true. I don't even think that's true. I think that if you're a sworn federal law enforcement officer, your jurisdiction is the entirety of the United States, and I almost guarantee you that they have detention powers. Maybe they need to call local law enforcement to tow the car. Maybe they need to call local law enforcement in order to hold her and put her in a local county jail. But I very much doubt that ICE does not have detention powers over U.S. citizens. That would be absurd. Drats says nobody is arguing that she was innocent. People are arguing if lethal force was necessary. Okay, well, we've argued that back and forth, and I've already admitted that officer created jeopardy is a thing. So what else do you want from me? Conservative liberalism says I never forget it's illegal. I pointed out she was like blocking the road on the very first day. Okay, conservative liberalism. I'm not talking about you. Effect says I wanted to find something to like about Republicans, but I can't. They are all dogs. Okay, you're done. You're done. Bye. Bye, Affect. It was nice knowing you. Maybe if you want to come back or whatever, you can DM somebody on Discord and they can take you off the ban list or whatever. But I'm not going to have some like soy militant Fed posting fucking DGGL / Pisco fucking Fed posting freak in my chat. It's not going to happen. Okay. It's not going to happen. I am not going to become some outpost of tolerating because here's the thing. Here's the real thing, okay? Here's the real. Destiny's fucking soy. There. I said it. He's fucking soy and he's fucking Fed posting. And he's driving all of you guys up the fucking wall with his Fed posting and soy posting, okay? I like Steven. I like Steven just fine. But him saying that, there's nothing redeemable about any Republican in the entire United States, and we should ban anybody who ever supported Donald Trump ever from any political office. It's R-slurred. It's very, 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 very R-slurred. And I tolerate it because I'm his friend. And I tolerate it because we work in the political space and I don't want to burn bridges over stupid rhetorical bullshit. Y'all should know better. Y'all should know that he's sewing the fuck out. Y'all should know that he's freaking the fuck out. The fact that, and I'm not going to tolerate that. So, okay. He's a streamer. He's a multimillionaire. He's a friend. And sometimes he's allowed to be R-slurred. Y'all, my chat, the people who hang out in the cog, they need to be better than that. I will hold y'all to a higher standard than I will hold Destiny. Okay? As long as you're in my community and I have the capacity to bully you out of your shitty opinions, that will be true. Good stuff. Tribe says someone gunning for your door puts a level of fear in your lungs automatically. Nobody said different, Tribe. Once again, stop soy posting in my chat. Andrew JD says, good morning, Connor. Hi, Andrew. Good to see you. We still haven't chatted yet, have we? Kay says the point of protest is to be arrested and then to go before a judge and put your issue on the record in a lot of cases. True, Kay. Thank you. Even if we don't agree on every detail. Good God. Tribe says, like, prior to the officer touching the door, what was she even doing? Yapping? No, she was blocking the roadway. Once again, Tribe, you are being soy. Horse God says, please take a look at this article about stepping in front of a vehicle. If it's officer-created jeopardy, then I don't care. Jen Winkler says, I don't know, man. That video took away from the window that shows how far away from them she was sitting in her car dancing to music. That keeps getting taken down. Just tells a different story completely. How? I can't dance to music while engaging in civil disobedience. Don't protesters listen to music while engaging in civil disobedience all the time? How does listening to music change anything? Tico Suave says, how do we get onto the civil disobedience points? Because blocking the fucking roadway is civil disobedience, dumbasses. Happy to inspire, but what was your rant target at me or soy libs in general? Soy libs in general, probably Tico Suave. But realistically, if you don't think obstructing 2 roads of roadway in order to prevent ICE vehicles from operating freely within your local municipality, if you don't think that's civil disobedience, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you might just actually be R-slurred. Might need to take a step back from the whole political thing. Might need to go play with some Hot Wheels. Vazaraka gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you, Vazaraka, for consistently being a lurker who renews your membership and gifts memberships to others. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. I wish Brooklyn was still around. Brooklyn was my favorite lurker until Vazaraka showed up. But hi, Brooklyn, if you're still out there. Jen Winkler says, anyone know where the video is still up? On TikTok, it had This Is America playing in the background on the one version that stayed up the longest. Okay. Timothy Douglas says, good morning to you, Connor. Well, so far, we're getting into fights. We're getting into fights, but that's okay. That's what we're supposed to do. AK Batu Sai says the civil disobedience rant is because libs think messing with cops and police is okay while using weapons, and then that you can just run from the cops and resist arrest. Yes. Thank you. Somebody gets it. Timothy Douglas says you can't use deadly force as you have no reasonable fear of death or severe bodily harm. Getting run over by a car, even at a slow speed, is a reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm. It's just true, and you're wrong. Random commentary says, did anyone see that Trump is doing a criminal investigation into Jerome Powell, some Banana Republic stuff right now? Yes, I can't wait for Trump to die. I hope that somebody shakes Donald Trump's hand a little bit too hard. It bruises super bad. Then he eats a McDonald's burger that was improperly cooked. And then he gets a horrible necrotic infection. And then he dies from sepsis. That's what I hope. Han says if he breaks protocol and endangers himself and all the people around him, he should have taken the car head on and not shoot. If he shoots, he endangers himself and all the people around him. Well, that's not how it works here. So good luck with your fucking soy German policing in which you guys have to put on chainmail to avoid getting stabbed by, let's call them first generation Europeans. Good luck with that, Hans Mayer. Hood Monkey says, I hate to go off on a Halo rant, but what pisses me off about the TV show that came out is that you made an ODST show instead of Spartans. It would have been 1 million times better. True. That's unironically true. Not only would it be true, I would be less pissed about them not wearing their helmets all the time. The ODST helmets are iconic, but they're there for like defense, right? So you wear them in battle. And you could paint the helmets different colors in order to specify people. You could also like get the inside visor look, kind of like Tony Stark with Jarvis and shit. So you could 100% do that. And then if they're constantly popping off their helmets for comfort, I do not expect this thing to be comfortable. Whereas the Halo Spartan helmet, it's basically like the whole point of it is that it's power armor. It's a body glove and an extension of your body. And Master Chief operated in power armor for like months at a time. So them constantly popping their armor off, them constantly popping their helmets off is fucking annoying. Whereas if they were ODSTs and they were just like hardcore ODSTs, that actually would have changed a lot of the technical feedback. That's an excellent point, Hood Monkey. Carl Johnson says, if I was an ICE agent, I'd just do the step to the side thing and then wouldn't proceed to quick draw shoot times 3 times. Well, are you going to be an ICE agent, Carl Johnson? Because we still have people we need to deport in this country. I have a feeling based off of your temperament and your answer, you're not going to be a law enforcement officer, let alone an ICE agent. Conservative liberalism says proper plastic weld. Then what's the compound? The one that I use is called Gloop. It's a PLA plus mixture, and it's some kind of cement. And the second it leaves the bottle, it dries. And so you have to basically put a shitload of it on the surface and then smush it together for an extended period. Bellrunner says, analyze ICE tactics per long neighbor video, please. Long neighbor? Who's long neighbor? And by the way, our content's cut out for today, but maybe tomorrow. Can you remind me tomorrow, Fellrunner? Longer video of Ross phone call. You can throw me in jail if I survive. Okay. If that is longer one, then yes, he saw it. Okay. Connor, reports of dead in Iran are in the thousands. That's unsurprising. I hope Khazra's still alive. You know, I'm saying that very casually, but I actually am kind of alarmed because Khazra was saying, hey, there's mass protests. If you don't hear from me in the next couple of weeks, it's because I'm dead. I'm hoping Khazra is okay. I was telling Khazra, even though they weren't in the chat the entire time for the past week, I was saying, Khazra, if you hear this, you know, please don't be in the front of the protest, you know, be about 200 yards back. Han says he plants his feet and the second car moves, so you know he was never in danger, and she yells at him, I'm not mad at you, dude. What the fuck? What does that have to do with fucking anything? He plants his feet the second the car moves. No, he doesn't. He's still moving out of the way. I've seen the video. Stop pissing on my leg and trying to gaslight me. Thomas Dudley says, Connor, did you see the latest statement from the Fed Reserve Chairman Powell? Yeah, they're doing a fishing expedition to see if they can arrest him. And the markets are probably going to be turbulent because having a sitting president try to depose, and by depose, I mean remove from office, a Fed chair member so he can appoint a sycophant so he can do whatever he wants to do with the Federal Reserve. It's probably a bad move for the economy. Beef Supreme says, Connor, I better not read any headlines reading Florida man in Halo suit goes on rampage in local community. I won't do a rampage in the local community. I promise you. I have no desires to kill any innocent people. However, if you see Casey Anthony last seen in the presence of a man in ODST cosplay, that was me. Okay. Show the dog. Which dog? I have lots of dogs. Fellow Runner says, do you believe it's possible that the ICE officers' tactics were more at fault than the driver's specific actions? No. But I do think that it shifts it from one. So legalistically, once you make an officer be in threat of death or great bodily harm, you can be killed. That's just like legally true across the United States of America. Now, if you actually want to analyze it, I would say from a civil standpoint with officer created jeopardy, I think that puts it to a 60-40, 70-30, her fault, his fault. But 60-40, 70-30, her fault, his fault, arguable, means that the officer created jeopardy that could open up the federal government to civil suit. And while this woman is already dead, maybe the federal government could settle with her widow for $500,000 to $1 million. So yeah, your wife's dead, but at least your bills are paid for the next 5 to 10 years, and you can afford the funeral, which is not great. Obviously, the best thing would be if no one died, but would you rather have a dead spouse and no money, or would you rather have a dead spouse and $500,000 to $1 million? And those are the only two options. Obviously, dead spouse with $500,000 would be preferable to dead spouse and no money. Jack Hanma says you can use a radio control car that runs on gasoline. The speed that small cars can generate can still seriously damage your new feet. Now replace that with a 1,000-pound plus car at only under 8 miles an hour. Yeah, of course. Anybody who says a slow car is not a deadly force, tool is R-slurred and should stop coping. Tribe says, I would say fear response is going to be that determining factor. And there's only one moment where that can even be perceived in her. And I don't think it would work in the officer's favor, given he's I don't see the end of your comment. You understand that being arrested is scary. You understand being arrested is scary, right? So if we gave citizens an excuse saying you don't need to surrender to law enforcement if you're afraid, you understand that every citizen would argue that on the planet, right? It's a very dumb way to run a civilized society. If a cop tells you to stop and to surrender to arrest as a citizen, it's your job to stop and surrender to arrest and fight it in court. Timothy Douglas says, it is the strongest argument. He walked in front of a car that a reasonable officer would assume was likely to move forward imminently. Beyond that, the agent would have made no difference by shooting. Correct. I think those are the two strongest arguments. So if my soy audience wants to shift to officer created jeopardy and shooting does not reduce the threat, those are the two strongest arguments that the soy libs currently have. All right. Yep. Jack Hanma says, when did vehicles stop being a potential weapon? Driving is a privilege, not a right. Whenever it's inconvenient to soy libs, that's when vehicles are no longer deadly. The tribe says his actions, had he not reached for the gun, trying to give her a bigger reason to stop, that he had just stood there and aimed, had he dropped the phone or something, he could have the fear response. I'm not understanding what you're saying, but I just want you guys to understand that arguing that a vehicle is not a deadly weapon is stupid. Arguing that she has the right to flee is stupid. Arguing that she was afraid of being detained is stupid. Arguing that she shouldn't have to be arrested for civil disobedience is stupid. The two strongest arguments you have are officer created jeopardy, meaning that he escalated the situation by stepping in front of the vehicle. That is a perfectly sound and reasonable argument. And the, what was the other one? Officer created jeopardy. And also the use of deadly force could not reasonably be perceived to stopping the threat. And I think those could be used in a civil argument for wrongful death. Christian Blair says Ross walked around the entire vehicle with his phone out because apparently Trump admin wants footage to release of them owning the libs. I also think he was documenting the girl's face and the girl's license plate because he points it at the girl's license plate. And so if she fled, you would still be able to arrest her with a warrant because you could post a video as a part of your arrest warrant and say, this person on this date at this time obstructed this roadway. We gave them lawful orders in order to exit their vehicle. They fled. As a result, I have a video of their face. Here's their state issued driver's license, and here's their license plates number. We have a local warrant or a warrant for obstructing the roadway and fleeing and eluding. So that would be easy. What guy got run over? The ICE agent. If you want to say no, he didn't get run over. The front headlight just bumped into him. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Stop being soy. Stop your soy. Soy be I'm gonna exorcise you. I'm gonna exorcise you of your soy. Fell Runner says the video from across the street shows several more minutes leading up to the shooting to better than the cop's cell phone. Okay, all that video does is it shows her Jeep parked across 2 lanes of traffic for the better part of like 5 minutes. So that just proves the obstructing traffic charge. So what are you doing? Caldon the Fool says, you probably already answered this, but what are you 3D printing? I am 3D printing an ODST helmet. It's a little bit snug. I could probably increase it by 10%, but I'm going to see how the top of the head works. Jen Winkler says, Cotter, did you see the video of the ICE agent going into a porta potty with a cuffed female? No, but if he did anything appropriate with her, then kill him. String him up. String him up. Hang him high. Tico Suave says, first of all, Cotter, you should publish the drawings. True. I should make them t-shirts. Real Serious says, hi, Connor. In the same situation as an agent, do you feel you would have taken the same action? No. Interesting question, Real Serious. I have been hit by a car before. Very slowly. And I was in my car. Can I tell you a story real quick? I get a call that there is a drunk car that is refusing to pull over, but they are so slow that they're actually not fleeing. They're just continuing to drive as there are lights and sirens behind them. And so I get told by my supervisor, to Barry, who looks and sounds exactly like Peter Griffin. It was the funniest shit, dude. I would go to work and I would work with this motherfucker, and it was like working with a mix of Peter Griffin and Joe. And so Peter Griffin and Joe over the radio order me. Peter Griffin and Joe have a baby. They have a gay baby. And they order me to go to this intersection to block off a drunk driver who is driving really slowly. And they're not fleeing, but they're not pulling over either. And so I have a Crown Victoria at the time. I love this Crown Victoria. Holy shit, if I could buy it, I would. But I pull my Crown Victoria in front of the intersection and I see the car and it's doing like 5 miles an hour. And I'm like, that's okay. My lights are on. There's no way they're going to hit me. And so what they do instead is they hit me at 5 miles an hour. It was like the slowest. It was like watching an iceberg crack. It was like, okay, you can stop. You can stop. You can stop. You can stop. So anyways, we arrest her. And I just always knew that cars were dangerous as fuck, right? Because I'd seen enough videos of cops walking between 2 vehicles and then one of the vehicles getting hit from behind and at a high rate of speed, and then that vehicle crushing an officer between 2 cars, that I was like, that's not going to be me. And so I always approached from passenger side or driver's side, depending on what was safest. I always was ready to get into a gunfight. I always had my hand hovering over my pistol. And then I was always basically ready to let them flee. Okay. Because sometimes what happens is when you corner a dangerous person, they are infinitely more likely to be willing to fight to the death. Whereas if they feel like they have an opportunity to flee, you can catch them later at a time that is not opportune to them. And in a traffic stop, a cop is at a severe disadvantage. They don't know who you are, if you have weapons, do you have current warrants out for your arrest? Are you a dangerous person? Are you a murderer? Are you a rapist? Are you a child molester? Like, we have no idea who you are, what you're capable of, what your personality is like. And so we're operating from an informational deficit. Whereas if you flee, and I have a picture of you from my body camera, if I have your driver's license plate, if I have your state issued ID, then at that point, I can write a warrant for your arrest, and then I can get all of my friends and we can come to your house. And I think that the bad guys, oftentimes, when they feel like they're trapped in a situation in which they have a ton of advantages, they'll try to escape. Whereas if they're trapped in a situation with so much overwhelming force, they don't try to escape. And it's just kind of like a best practices thing. But bear in mind, I thought about my job a lot more than the average cop. So, yeah. Christian Blair says, ICE applicants were forced to leave Glencoe, where agents are trained because they tested positive for drugs, supposedly had an unknown gun charge while he was going through training. Oh, good for him for trying. Real Serious says, for X example, the story you told about the naked guy rushing you, you were probably more justified in shooting him than the ICE guy is in this scenario. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think that's true at all. I had contextual information for why that guy posed an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, and I think I could have articulated it, and I think I could have cleared criminal charges. I also would not have been surprised if I had been dismissed from law enforcement if I had just gunned him down as he was charging me. I would not be surprised, because as a law enforcement officer, you're of course reliant on your training. So if instinctively I would have shot him, I also would not have been surprised by that result. But instinctively as a law enforcement officer, you're supposed to like evaluate. Does he have a knife? Does he have a fork? Does he have a gun? Does he have this? Does he have that? And if you don't meet the threshold for deadly force, you're supposed to look at other alternatives like taser, pepper spray, or wrestling. Bear in mind, I did 5 years. I never pepper sprayed anybody. I did 5 years. I never tased anyone because the taser was notoriously unreliable and the pepper spray went everywhere. As oftentimes as people got pepper sprayed, they also pepper sprayed themselves. So I was like, okay, I'm not fucking with either one of those. So I either talked people into handcuffs or I wrestled people into handcuffs. And that was, in my opinion, a lot more effective. But bear in mind, I had a intermediate Marine Corps martial arts green belt. And then also I had done the law enforcement academy. I went to a really, really, really good law enforcement academy. In my opinion, they argued that they had a really high standard of training. Not only did I believe them, I thought it should have been the standard. They did a really good job, except for firearms. Everything else was great. Conservative Liberalism says, watching Keith Ellison's interview on Democracy Now! Makes me think he's a better than 10% chance he's charged. Yeah, but Democracy Now! Is more soy than my chat. Democracy Now! Is more soy than Vosh. Anyways, Felrunner says, pay attention to your live chat. Why? Why? What's happening on my live chat? Give me a second. Let me pull up my live chat real quick. We'll kick off content in a minute. I just think you guys are you're still spicy about the ICE shooting and we don't see eye to eye. So you guys are trying to soy wrestle me into a new liberal position and it's not going to happen. This is why, excuse me. This is why I'm happy that I did 4 years of law enforcement and 4 years of military and 4 years getting a bachelor's degree, because you guys cannot wrestle me into a soy position. So Valor Media Network. Let me pull up the live chat. And by the way, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. 8 people have super chatted so far. I have not gotten to all of them, but I will. Pop out chat. Top chat, changing it to live chat. Cusium Weird says, if you're seeing this, caller, be more soy, be more soy, be more soy, be more soy. Did it work? Not yet. Tigerung says, oh no, not a bachelor's degree. Go fuck yourself. You know how much of a pain in the ass that thing was? Will you go over Mary Pelota's Senate bid? She's a pro-gun Democrat running for U.S. Senate in Alaska. No, but I should. Yeah. Bad analysis says, Connor, this week validates AI girlfriends. What? Okay. Jen Winkler says, I thought so too originally. Now I think the state will almost certainly indict him. He will remove it to federal court, though. Well, then you're fucked either way, okay? Beef Supreme says, so scared he never dropped the phone. He did drop the phone. He dropped the phone as he was getting hit by the car. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Horse God, I think the officer will get a podcast and dinner at the White House. That's a higher prediction. That's a more accurate prediction than anything else. Cuzzium Weird says, this is a tribe low-key timeout evading right now. Maybe I don't know more. I didn't time you out. I didn't time out the tribe. Guys, the tribe was being soy, but I didn't time him out. Unless somebody is being like so insulting that you know I'm gonna get pissed. Like if they're like, Connor, you're an F slur, and like that's the post, you can time somebody out for that. But if somebody's just being soy and making arguments, then yeah, I'm fine. Timothy Douglas says he dropped the phone. Literally, I'm in his hand the whole time. What is this weird phenomena? Oh, you want to go watch the video? We could go watch the video. I could just prove you wrong real quick. I could just prove you wrong real quick. Hold on. Let me make sure that there isn't anything foul on my Twitter. I've been following for follow. And let's just call it a shared Twitter. So I want to make sure there isn't anything bad in it. No, I searched Pixie because I wanted to follow Pixie and also get her information for her lawsuit. And then I followed Christy Gnome because I hate myself. Okay, no, that's fine. Nothing bad on there. All right, let's look for ICE shooting video. Let's find the cell phone camera. Where's the cell phone angle? That one. Okay, that's 3 seconds long. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm sorry for laughing. I know someone's dead. But him going, oh! Oh! Oh, I'm wrong. Okay. I'll take the L on this. So was he holding it? He shoots a lady while holding a cell phone? That's kind of psychotic. Oh! All right, hold on. Let's play this. Let's take a look at it. Oh! I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of like a wild. This is a wild moment. I think that's why everybody's talking about it. So hold on. So you see the lady. This is once again why I think officer created jeopardy is a perfectly valid argument. He walks around, so he gets out of his SUV. We can hear cop sirens going off, so we know. How does it feel to be wrong about this and therefore wrong about everything ever, Cotter? Thanks, real serious. I appreciate your backup at this time. Yeah. So hold on. So he walks in front of the vehicle already. Very stupid. Officer created jeopardy right here. But she is a white soy lady who looks like she drinks matcha. She has a black lab visible in the background that is not documenting. He has her face. So, you know, this is, you already have enough for an arrest right here. She's talking to him. She's being snide and shitty, but she's not like physically hostile. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay, so not changing our plates every morning, again, kind of snide. But at this point, he has. This is the cell. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't showing you. Let me back up just a little bit. I'll play so you have context. I was watching the cell phone footage. My apologies. We have a non-barking black lab. You know he wants to shoot that dog already because he's black. But the dog is very nice. Can't shoot the dog. In front of the car, which is very stupid. Because he's already been allegedly dragged by a car, right? In the past, he's allegedly already been dragged by a car and got 12 stitches for being dragged by a car. So walking in front of a vehicle that's on, incredibly stupid, officer created jeopardy, bad training, et cetera, et cetera. Police sirens are going off, so this lady knows that they're law enforcement, and they're wearing, marked vests with police stuff. She's looking at him.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's fine.
Show your face.
She gets her face. He gets the license plate. Okay. So getting the face and license plate, somebody asked me, right? Would I have conducted myself the same way to this law enforcement officer? The answer is absolutely not. But once again, the only difference from me is that I would have used my body camera, because I had a body camera, in order to get the driver's face. I would have approached from the passenger side. I would have not walked in front of the vehicle. And then I would have walked to the rear of the vehicle to get the license plate. That's what so instead of going driver's side in front of the driver, et cetera, I would have done the same thing, but I would have gone in the opposite direction. And if he's already been dragged, this is pretty stupid. Is he evil or R-slurred? That's the only question. Unfortunately, with our current country, R-slurred is probably the more accurate answer.
Change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later.
Okay, so I think this is the wife. And the wife says, we have the same plates. We don't change them every morning. And I think that's like a snide comment towards ICE because they change their plates so they don't get harassed as much. And so it'll be the same when you come talk to us later. That's kind of smug and snide because it's like, I could technically arrest you right now. Grid says feds don't do a lot of traffic stops and get sloppy, apparently. Let's keep going, though.
That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking...
We're U.S. citizens. Okay. But you're also obstructing traffic.
You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
You want to come at us? You want to come at us? Why don't you go get yourself some lunch, big boy? Now, First Amendment protection speech. Yeah, sure. She's being a smug dickhead, but that's like, meh. Cavalcades as arrest for what? ICE can arrest you for non-immigration offenses? Yeah, probably. If you're obstructing a roadway, if you're obstructing law enforcement operations, probably. All right, now let's get to the issue in contention, which is whether or not he drops his cell phone. I'm already taking the L that I'm already taking the L that he didn't drop his phone, which is actually kind of crazy. Does he have a phone mount on his chest that he's using his cell phone as body camera? Or is he actually physically holding his phone? And then when the lady goes to drive away, he one hand pulls out a pistol and continues to hold on to the phone. Because that's psychotic. That's psychotic. Cavalcade, they're not obstructing anything. They're parked at 90 degrees across 2 lanes of the road. What do you think obstructing means? What do you think obstruction means? I'm about to obstruct your bowels, Cavalcade. Or whatever your name is. Who said it? They're not obstructing anything. Yeah, Cavalcade, I'm about to come obstruct your bowels, bro. That is insane. What do you think obstruction means? Hate you. All right, anyways.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car.
All right, get out of the car, get out of the fucking car. I don't know if that's the guy with the cell phone saying that or if that's this guy saying it. So hold on. Let's play and let's pay attention. You guys are pissing me off. At best, it's 6-7 degrees. I hate you.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Okay, this is my beef right here. Okay? This is my beef right here. She's backing up, and she knows she's about to run away from cops. Beef Supreme. Again, feds cannot prosecute state crimes or laws, not their jurisdiction. You're fucking retarded. I'm sorry for saying an ableist slur on Valor Media Network. You think cops are Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. We're not going to pop off. We're not going to say anything crazy. We're just going to look up the details. We're just going to look up the details. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not going to have a heart attack. I'm not going to have a stroke. I'm just going to Google the things and we're going to go over it together and we're going to clear up some of the details. That's all we're going to do. I'm not going to say the F slur. I'm just going to deal with the content. Okay. So anyways, for this video, Beef Supreme, you're pissing me off. Chill out. So right here, the thing that is pissing me off about this lady is that she knows that there's an officer right in front of her. You can see the direction of her eyeballs, sees that there's a cop right in front of her. And then there's 2 or 3 cops approaching her from the side. They've already said, get out of the car. She already knows she's being detained. She already knows she's being detained. So right now she's fleeing and eluding. Whoa! I'm not going to lie. Continuing to hold on your cell phone while you make the audible sound, oh, so you can do a one-handed draw to blast a lesbian in the face with a pistol is kind of wild. It's kind of wild. He was able to continue to hold on to his cell phone. That's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Okay. Giga Impact says, oh my God, I don't care about this incident in any way. I'm sorry. Okay, then leave Giga Impact. How about that shit? There's 135 people in the chat. You're not the only person here. Okay? So if you don't give a shit, come back in an hour. Easy peasy. Thanks for telling the chat that you don't give a fuck about the content that we're covering. Speaking of which, we already have 9 super chats. So you guys already pretty much hit one goal. I'm going to set a goal real quick. This counterpoints out of context clip is going to be wild. And I did say some crazier shit just because I was like, that's going to be good on counterpoints out of context. So what do we want to break down? We want to break down if ICE are federal law enforcement officers who have detention powers. And let's see. Giga Impact, I'm sorry for being so sensitive. You said, sorry, that was smug. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sorry for being so sensitive, Giga Impact. My apologies. My soy libs are being extra soy today. And so as a result, I'm a little bit more sensitive than usual. So my apologies. Grid says, those were like 0.2 second splits. If that one was one-handed, this dude hits the range a lot. No. Who is soy now? I mean, I'm a little bit soy for not knowing that he retained his cell phone, but still. Let's take a look at feds. Okay. Are ICE agents law enforcement officers? And somebody typed in yes or no because they're trying to tell the AI like yes or no, but it sounds like Pisco Googled this. Are ICE officers law enforcement agents? Yes or no? They are part of the Department of Homeland Security and are immigration enforcement agents. That means that they're federal law enforcement charged with investigating illegal immigration and removing violators. Jeb Kush for 2 says, my grill is sad because the Packers lost. I'm sorry, King. But I will... yeah, Dana Calico Cloud, we can see you. Hello. All right. Now, can ICE agents... yeah, there we go. Arrest U.S. citizens. No, ICE agents does not have the legal authority to arrest or deport U.S. citizens as their mission targets non-citizens in the country without authorization. However, U.S. citizens can be mistakenly detained if they can't quickly prove their citizenship or if they interfere with an ICE operation, in which case they must follow orders to avoid charges like obstructing law enforcement. This feels like AI summarizing it incorrectly. Because interfering with operations, citizens who obstruct an ICE arrest, interfere with officers, or assault them face charges as they must comply with law enforcement operations. Okay. Okay. So let's take a look at this. This actually looks like an article written for us. So, in the wake of Renee Nicole Good's death, Americans are asking with heightened urgency, what authority do ICE and CBP agents have when they engage with U.S. citizens? And as with many areas of the law, the answer is largely, it depends. Can ICE use deadly force on U.S. citizens or ever? When it comes to the use, I mean, obviously ever, yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't give them guns. When it comes to the use of force, and specifically the use of firearms, ICE has its own special policy that was last updated in 2023. That policy was filed in the Chicago area litigation over ICE and CBP's treatment of protesters, clergy, and journalists. Jack Hanna says lesbians. Can I say lesbians again? Horatio here, new name. Google my new username under images. It is my spirit animal. Jack Hanma. Somebody else Google it. This policy does not vary depending on the subject's immigration or citizenship status. Here's what it says. First, the policy authorizes the use of force only when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternative appears to exist, and may use only the level of force that is objectively reasonable in the light of totality of the facts and circumstances confronting the officer at the time force is applied. That's pretty generic. But the policy is equally clear that an officer does not have to meet force with equal or lesser force, does not have to wait for an attack before using force, and does not have any duty to retreat to avoid the reasonable use of force. Second, where feasible, and without creating any greater threat to his or her own safety or that of others, an ICE officer must attempt to de-escalate by the use of communication or other techniques during an encounter to stabilize, slow, or reduce the intensity of a potential violent situation without using physical force or with a reduction in force. I mean, that could be a policy violation. I'd have to see the specific policy. Third, ICE policy is also clear that officers have a duty to intervene to prevent or stop perceived use of excessive force so long as it's safe to do so. It further states that a failure to intervene and or report incidents is itself misconduct and potential grounds for discipline. What's the guidance if U.S. citizens are given orders by ICE? Short of using force or deadly force, however, can ICE give orders to U.S. citizens? For example, it appears the ICE agents directed Renee Nicole to get out of her car shortly before her kill. ICE can give orders to U.S. citizens, but again, only in limited circumstances that are directly tied to the ICE agent's immigration-related authority. For example, ICE can give orders to U.S. citizens or even detain them temporarily if they are obstructing or interfering with immigration enforcement activity, which I think is arguable in this case. These situations are often very subjective. U.S. citizens do have significant more freedom in their interactions with ICE than non-citizens. For example, according to guidance issued by the ACLU and the City of New York, among other things, if ordered or detained by ICE, a U.S. citizen should ask, am I free to leave? And they should then be allowed to leave of their own free will. But that's if they haven't committed another crime. Can ICE agents search a car without warrant? That's not relevant. What's the guidance for taking photos of ICE during enforcement activities? Okay. So I think this is a little bit more nuanced. Can ICE enforce local laws? Yes, ICE can enforce local laws indirectly through partnerships, allowing local officers to perform some immigration functions indirectly as a federal agency for federal crimes, but their primary role is federal immigration enforcement. That's not really what I'm asking. Can ICE detain citizens committing other crimes? No, ICE cannot detain U.S. citizens solely for immigration violations. That's not what I'm asking, but they can arrest them if they commit other federal crimes, like assaulting an officer, with ICE acting as a federal law enforcement agency requiring probable cause for the crime. Those citizens have some been wrongly detained, leading to legal challenges. It's not really what I'm asking. It's not really what I'm asking. Let's break this down. So what Jen Winkler is saying, which I think is true. Yeah, sure. And I guess Beef said this too. So let's take a look at it. As a matter of fact, I don't even think I need to draw it because Beef Supreme already conceded what I was talking about. So when it comes to detention, so what some people were saying is because this lady was obstructing a local roadway, ICE does not have the authority to arrest and prosecute her for a local traffic infraction. Okay. And I think that's true. 18 USC 11. Okay, let's take a look. Sorry, this might be relevant. So I want to fully form my opinion before 111. Okay. 18 USC 111. makes it a federal crime to forcibly assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, or interfere with federal officers or employees, including former ones performing their official duties, with penalties varying from fines, imprisonment up to 1 year to more severe penalties up to 3 years or 10 years if a dangerous weapon or bodily injury is involved. I think I can articulate this without doing a drawing. If you guys need me to do a drawing, let me know. Okay. So what I would say, based off of my current understanding of everything that I've read, is that let's say an ICE agent is conducting lawful operations, okay, and that there is somebody impeding traffic by using their vehicles to obstruct the roadway. The ICE agents could not detain that person for a traffic infraction, like blocking the roadway, okay? What they could do, though, is they could detain that person, show a local law enforcement agency evidence. I might have just misspoke and said that they couldn't detain, but then I said detain. I think they can detain, but they can't arrest and prosecute. So they would have to, if they wanted to have the local laws enforced, they would have to videotape the evidence and they would have to turn it over to law enforcement. So as an example, let's make it a little bit of an extreme example. If an ICE agent was at a local gas station and he saw somebody commit like a robbery, then I think that an ICE agent would have a duty to intervene, but they themselves would not arrest and prosecute said person for a robbery or for shoplifting, because they would need to document the incident and then turn that over to local law enforcement for prosecution. Okay. And then let's use the Renee Good, I think that's her name. Let's use the Renee Good case. If ICE was arguing, you're obstructing the roadway, which is a local traffic violation, so I am going to detain you. Dude, Corbin Sales calls me from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Like, he's done it half a dozen times. He should know by now that I'm streaming. I'm going to tell him that if he calls back again. I'm going to say, this is my streaming schedule. I actually have a consistent streaming schedule. 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I am streaming. So either call me on Discord or jump in the chat, but don't call me on my telephone unless you expect me to pick up in front of 100 people. Corbin Sales. Interrupting the flow. Also, I think my ODST helmet is done, which is good news. Either that or I ran out of filament, which I'll go find out in a second. But anyways, so they would have to work with local law enforcement for local law stuff. However, with Renee Good, if the argument is not, hey, she violated local traffic laws and we want a local cop to come arrest her, if the argument is instead impeding a ICE legitimate law enforcement action, they do have the right to detain her as law enforcement. And by the way, this doesn't even matter. Okay? This doesn't even matter, because at the time of detention, they could have turned her over to local law enforcement for traffic infractions, or they could have detained her and prosecuted her for impeding on a federal law enforcement operation. So at that point, she could have been detained for either one, and she didn't know why she was being detained. She just chose to flee and almost hit somebody with her car. So at that point, yes, I think the details matter, but I don't think that it matters within the specific use of deadly force. He walked away, got in a car, and left. Okay. He's a law enforcement officer. We have his badge number. We know who he is. Now, Jen Winkler brought up something interesting that's true. So I think that once you're engaged in deadly force, I can only speak for local law enforcement. It was expected that the second that you're involved in a deadly force scenario, another officer is going to come with you. They're basically going to take your gun. They're going to escort you to a law enforcement facility for debrief. And then you are not allowed to leave until you talk to the shoot team, because the state has like a shoot team, right? And I think you're allowed to talk to your union rep before you talk to the shoot team. But effectively, like, you're not a criminal, but you are a like key witness and you are the perpetrator of a homicide. And therefore, like, you're not just like free to go. Like, you can't just like shoot somebody in the face and then be like, oh, It's 5 p.m. It's time to clock out. I'm going to the bar. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, no, you have to stop. You have to like turn in your shit. You have to be escorted by another officer. You have to go to a law enforcement location. You have to sit, you know, you might need to talk to your union rep first. You need to get the state level shoot team. They need to coordinate some level of investigation. You have to talk to your internal affairs investigator. Like there's like this entire process. I haven't had to do it, but it's actually supposed to be like a pretty involved process and a pretty specific process. So I think Jen Winkler is correct that basically by jumping in his car and leaving the scene, I don't think he's following the officer involved shooting protocol. I don't think that's going to be enough to like charge him criminally or civilly or anything like that. It's just weird and bad and breaking protocol. So, and a medical check. Yeah, I think oftentimes you go to the hospital. Absolutely. Because your blood pressure is probably through the roof. Dude, I got into an armed confrontation with a young man that led into a foot chase. And I think I told you guys the day of I was fine, but 2 days later, my blood pressure was like 160 over 108. And I went up to the EMT and I took the shift off. I actually, like I told the supervisor, like I cannot work today because I could not get my blood pressure down. And the EMTs said, if your blood pressure was 2 points higher, we would be taking you to the hospital for medication. Like as it was, they didn't have to intervene or whatever. But the basically like I was 1 or 2 points away from my blood pressure being bad enough that I had to go to the hospital. So, and that was 2 days. So the first day I was fine. The second day I didn't work. And then the third day I came back to work. And on the third day, I could not get the mental image of the armed confrontation out of my head. And so as a result, my brain was still in the armed confrontation and foot pursuit. So, yeah, kind of wild. Kind of wild. A couple of people super chatted. So let me thank the people who did. I did read the Jeb Kush one, and from the ashes. Let me read everybody's because I think I'm pretty much wrapped. That's where I'm at on this topic. So let me read everybody's. Fell Runner for 2 says goals. Thank you, King. We're at 4 out of 10 on the goals. Patriarch says, as a walking water balloon, you should shoot the 3,000-pound death machine, which will definitely stop it. Again, straw man, but I parasocially love you anyways, Patriarch. Thank you for being here. Vazraka gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you, King or Queen. Fell Runner for 2 says, analyze ice tactics per long neighbors video, please. I don't know what that's going to show besides the car just kind of sitting there back and forth. I think I've gone over the tactics that are relevant to this case. If there's a specific tactic that you want me to call out, let me know. Darth Panzer for $25. Thank you for the larger donation, King. I'm back on night shift and won't be able to catch the streams often. Income shall lead me to Grilvana. Keep up the good content. The shooting wasn't warranted, though. Okay, well, we'll fight about it later. Thank you, Darth Panzer, for the super chat. Jen Winkler renewed their membership for 4 months. Did you see the ICE agent go in a porta potty with a cuffed detained female? No, but if they did anything inappropriate, then please hang them high. C. Goach for 20. Thank you, King. Agree with your points on, off versus tactics regarding shooters. She was not actively running people over nor threatening that. Definitely tactics de-escalate while protecting the Leo so they can still protect the public. And we've been over that a couple of times, not just this stream, but last week, where once again, do not step in front of the vehicle. That's officer-created jeopardy. Go to the passenger side, document the license plate, document the driver, and if she flees, and you put a warrant out for her arrest. Like I said, if this guy had already been dragged by a vehicle, then it's crazy that he would willingly step in front of a vehicle twice. That's bananas. From the Ashes for 5 says, you get around to the Horus Heresy trilogy, Connor. I know you can hear its whispers beckoning to you. Read it, Connor. Read them all, even the bad ones. From the Ashes, trilogy is 3 books. I don't even know what 54 Horus Heresy books are, but what I want to do right now, I'm very busy. So I stream with you guys 5 hours a week. I bullshit with you guys, and thank you for your viewership and thank you for your financial support. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Counterpoints 40K is a substantial part of my income. And Counterpoints 40K, I have to post a weekly video on, and that takes about 5 to 7 hours of work. Well, what I did is I volunteered to start new channels, Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi, and I've been posting weekly on those channels for probably about 2 months now, maybe 3. Probably since September, so we might be pushing 4 months now. But the goal is to get Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi built up to the point that they are equivalent in income to Counterpoints 40K. Then on top of that, I'm doing the streams. Then I have to get timestamps. Then I have to do Counterpoints out of context. But the one thing that I do want to do in the future that I think could be quite lucrative is I want to do a Counterpoints 40K lore channel where I make the lore incredibly simple for newcomers. And I also do breakdowns of the Horus Heresy books. And actually, let's be real, all Warhammer books, where I take a 12-hour audiobook and I make it 20 minutes. So I do want to read the Horus Heresy. I just don't have the time right now. From the Ashes, I know the broad strokes. I haven't read all the books, though. From the Ashes for 2 says, Twitter is cooked. I searched for the shooting and got pornography. Jeb Kush says, my grill is sad because the Packers lost. True. AK Batusai says, unregulated soy is harmful to your brain. True. Jack Hamna8 says, can you say lesbians again? Horatio Mantooth here. New name. Google my username under images. It is my spirit animal. Copy. Charlie November gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you. Fellow Runner with the 5 says, my request to watch extended video is not for level 1 good justification. I want your analysis on ICE tactics and if it's normal to your experience. Can you send me a link on Discord or something? That way I don't have to like go digging for it. Because I don't know which one you're talking about. If you're are you talking about like the neighbor who's just like watching the vehicles? Because we could take a look at that. Kuzium Weird for 2 says, what % of ICE agents think 2020 was stolen in your opinion? Probably 60%. 60%. That would be my guess. That would be my guess, is around 60% of them are MAGA arslers. Grid says, okay, what did I miss? You missed a lot of psychic damage, but that's okay. Saw the lesbian wife in a bikini with huge tatas. What are you talking about? The dead one? What's wrong with you? Why did you Google that? Fatsimo, I thought you were a base tradcon red pillar. Why are you Googling large lesbian tatas? What is happening here? All right, anyways, let's see if the far away video is someplace obvious. Fell Runner unfortunately keeps requesting that I do my job. Okay. This looks like a neighbor video, but it looks closer than the one that Fell Runner was talking about. Check Discord. I'll probably review the one that Fell Runner wants me to review. It says hashtag chill chat. No, this looks like the same video. That's fine. This is 3 minutes. I'll do 3 minutes. That's fine. I'm going to do 3 minutes on 1.5. Let's keep it rolling. And then honestly, I kind of want to wrap it as a segment, and I kind of want to move into the debates, but let's wrap this segment and see if this gives us any more information. Okay, and by the way, let's get more information, I suppose. Was that a different car? Was the black Jeep a different car? Okay, so I'm going to say this is the I've heard it argued both ways, and I would have to defer to legalistic judgment. So what happened in the state of Florida that my supervisor was super pissed about is we used to have noise ordinances like 10 or 15 years ago for moving vehicles. And if somebody was bumping music with those like obnoxious subwoofers and like rattling the whole block, then we were previously, like 10 or 15 years ago, law enforcement was allowed to pull those people over and give them a noise ordinance citation. Okay. And what ended up happening, though, was some judge in the state of Florida ruled that it was a part of like free expression. It was like covered under the First Amendment. And therefore, you couldn't cut those like noise ordinance citations. But then they also didn't strike down like housing noise ordinance citations. So I have no idea like what the balance between First Amendment rights and free expression and motor vehicles and this, that. I have no idea. I have no idea what it is. So I could see that honking your horn. Let's say that she was pulled on the side of the road over here and she was honking her horn and she was not obstructing traffic. I could see that being ruled as like First Amendment protected protest and speech. And it would be incumbent upon the ICE officers to articulate why somebody honking their horn a block away is obstructing them from conducting their law enforcement duties. And I think that's a difficult case to argue. So I'm actually curious. I'm curious. See, and if cars are going around her, if civilian cars are going around her, that's an argument that she's impeding traffic and therefore intentionally trying to obstruct federal law enforcement operations. That's an easy thing to articulate all day. Yep, here we go. We got the officer created jeopardy. And the vehicle's also already moving. So as a law enforcement officer, why wouldn't you presume that this vehicle was capable of moving if it was already moving? Did you guys see this? This is a cop who has already allegedly been dragged by another vehicle, resulting in a dozen stitches. Look at this shit. So he's walking around the vehicle. He gets her picture, gets her license plate. Then the vehicle moves forward slightly. And then at this point, he knows that the vehicle is in drive and moving. God, I wish this video was 5 seconds longer. I wish this video was 5 seconds longer. The officer, dude, I'm not gonna lie. So I still think this is gonna be ruled a good shoot. But at the same time, like, this is officer created jeopardy all day. Officer created jeopardy all day. If anything, if the soy libs who disagree with me, need to take away one word or like one phrase today, it's officer created jeopardy. I think that's the one thing that you can kind of rest on. This is the officer already took a massive risk by walking in front of a moving vehicle. He moved around in order to document the driver and the license plate. He walked around it in order to, try to do his lawful duties. And yet he put himself in front of an actively moving car, which is officer created jeopardy. So once again, I think that he's going to get away with it. He's not going to get charged by the feds. He's probably not going to get hit with a violation of policy by the feds. The state could charge him. I put it at 90-10 that the state doesn't charge him, but maybe they do. And then if the state charges him, I do not expect him to be convicted. Fashion 40, so was the ICE agent wrong or not? Yes or no? The ICE agent wasn't wrong. Lawfully conducting your duties is not wrong. So you can do your duties in a stupid way that make everybody more in danger, but that doesn't mean that you're wrong. So, all right. Beef says, and again, me and Connor fall back in agreement now. Well said, sir. Now me and Connor are 100% on this topic. Good. Good. I'm happy we could find some sane middle ground. I'm sorry that we had to fight so passionately, or I'm sorry we had to fight so passionately about this. But I don't even think that what I was fighting you guys on, the reason why I was getting so heated, I don't even know if it's because of what you guys said specifically. I think it's because of what your argumentation implied. And I think that's why I got so pissed off. Because I don't think as a citizen, even if you think that a law is unjust, I don't think that you should expect to engage in civil disobedience, to not get detained for civil disobedience, then to be able to flee and elude law enforcement officers trying to detain you, and then to imperil law enforcement officers who are trying to detain you. I don't think you have a right to that. Okay? I don't think you have a right to those actions. However, I do think that the officer created peril increased the situation unnecessarily twice that I saw. And while I don't think the officer should be necessarily charged criminally, I do think that the federal government should be open to civil suit for wrongful death. And then the wrongful death should be decided at the court level. It wasn't what you said. It was your tone. Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me right now. But anyways, Christian Valeris is saying that there's a whole bunch of banned people who would disagree with me. Christian Valeris, if there was anybody that I timed out, or if anybody feels like they're or banned, if there's anybody who I banned that you felt like was unfair and you remember their name, feel free to unban them. The main thing that I'm doing with the bans is if you're like a totally smug bitch and your name is not Beef Supreme, then you're going to get banned. Beef Supreme is the only person allowed to be a smug bitch routinely. Officer Nasty says, does the fact that it's George Floyd's prosecutor change your analysis on the 90-10 state charges getting brought makes me think it's more likely? Maybe. Christian Blair says, I think it was fair and I don't remember their names, lol. Okay. Well, fuck them then. Audacity for 2 says Finagle's Law. True. All right. Let's do some content, kings and queens. Let's do some content. I'm gonna check Wick TV. Wick doesn't always have the best audio balance, but if I can give Destiny's obviously a larger channel. So if I can give Wick the view, I want to give Wick the view.
How would you
I think so.
All right.
Especially
From the Biden.
Good God.
or told people to be peaceful. He never said any of those words because he used explicitly, at least.
I guess it actually just opens straight into the show. Olive Branch make Officer Nasty a mod. I'm going to do it because I donated, or you donated $50, but if Officer Nasty abuses his power, then I'm going to de-wrench him. Officer Nasty is is another beef supreme in my opinion. Too lib, too soy, but good for fighting against. And so if Officer Nasty, as a matter of fact, the only two people that are allowed to be smug bitches are Officer Nasty and Beef Supreme. but I expect Beef Supreme and Officer Nasty to understand that you and I are going to get into, and I'm talking about all three of us, we are going to get into soy fights where I think you guys are being too fucking soy. You're being too fucking pisco for my taste. And since you're chatters and you're not streamers, I can't take my rage out on you sufficiently. And so I'm probably going to demod you and maybe even time you out. But then after we fight for a couple of days, I'll reinstate you. I'll reinstate you and give you your mod powers back. But just expect that to be our relationship. You, Officer Nasty, and Beef Supreme, we collectively are going to have the same relationship that I have with Pisco. Okay? Does that Fashion 40 says, I don't agree with making Officer Nasty a mod because he tried to ban me 2 weeks ago for calling J-Stock fat. Well, there you go, Fashion 40. Now you got wrench privileges. Now he can't ban you. There you go. All right. Fatsimo says, Officer Nasty called Connor an arsler in Pisco's chat. I am an arsler. I'm just an incredibly intelligent arsler. All right. Let's actually get the content pulled up where the show actually starts. Then I'll do an intro. Oh, here we go. But I think it's going to be spicy almost immediately. All right. So let's pull this up. Let's do an intro. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd. A Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And I got a spicy show for you today. I got Enrique Tarrio, convicted seditionist, convicted insurrectionist against the Republic of the United States, who participated in the January 6, 2021 attempt to overthrow our republic. And I have Stephen Bennell II, the spiciest lib on the internet. We also have Grid One Motorsports over here. Hi, Grid. We also have Admiral Gibbs, the dumbest person in Twitch and YouTube politics. We also have Wick TV, the host of the show. And then we have Short Fat Otaku, a lib center-left creator who's pretty fun and funny. He has some contrarian right takes, but realistically, he's into trans girls and he's into anime. So, I mean, how conservative could he be? You know what I'm saying? But the whole fight is going to be, I think, about January 6th. But realistically, we're going to let the conversation go wherever it needs to go. As a result, let me pull this cast of characters. And since I didn't have them on screen, top left, Gibbs, Destiny, the liberal streamer, Short Fat Otaku, the lib progressive, who is sometimes center right, but realistically, he likes trans girls and hentai. Motor Grid, One Sports, Enrique Tarrio, the convicted insurrectionist, Wick TV. And then I've seen this guy throwing elbows before, but I don't know who he is. Let's take it from there.
Okay. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Recently, the White House have put out a January 6th page where it claims that the Democrats are the real insurrectionists. And it goes through a timeline of events that a lot of people contest. Dev and Destiny have agreed to take on all comers on this and to talk about whether or not it was appropriate for the White House to make these updates, whether the
Grid says that he was responsible for getting Tarrio on the show. You're welcome. Thank you for bringing us the piping hot content, Grid.
These updates were accurate or not. And we have a whole host of people to talk about it with us, including Enrique Tarrio, Gibbs, we got Grid, we got Kung Fu Joe, all sorts of people. We're going to get into it. I guess, yeah, that's the first question for you guys, and we'll just kind of get into it. Was the White House's portrayal of January 6th on their website accurate? Why or why not? Anyone can start. Go ahead.
I guess just on some basic language stuff, can we all agree that Trump never, in any part of that ellipse speech, he never called for peace or told people to be peaceful. He never said any of those words because he used explicitly at least once, and he never explicitly said, you guys need to be peaceful. you need to
But like
go
Twitter
march
did
peacefully.
stop him from saying be peaceful. As soon as he said we need to be peaceful, then they deleted his tweet, canceled his account, whatever, and made it impossible for him to actually proclaim, please go be peaceful. So that's one thing that I think we can agree happened.
Well, that's,
Hey, I
so
could-
that's cool. So I'm going to ask my question again. So on the speech in the ellipse, the hour speech or whatever, he never told people to be peaceful. That was never a command he gave. That was never a thing that he explicitly said ever. That was just never a thing that was said. But for some reason, people repeat this. I just want to make sure we all agree on that. That at the ellipse speech, he never told people you need to be peaceful. You guys should be peaceful. He never said anything. He didn't say that.
Yeah, you're being really narrow with that. Yep, that's true.
Well, I mean, like afterwards, people went to the Capitol and they, at the very
I thought he said peacefully and patriotically go bully Mike Pence into doing the right thing. So, I mean, I don't have enough of the details in order to necessarily care. Like I'm assuming Steven has some direct quote that would rebut my argumentation. But I could have sworn to God there was a direct quote on January 6, 2021. Yeah, I know you will be, right? Yeah. I thought there was a direct quote where he was like, peacefully and patriotically go get Mike Pence to do the right thing. I thought that was a direct quote, but maybe I'm tripping.
at least rioted, so they weren't peaceful. So yeah, I would like to. I think if we're going to make a
Well, you're
White
talking about his
House
rhetoric, though.
website-
You're changing the where we're looking. You're
Well,
saying,
no,
well, this
I'm-
one
I'm-
part of
I'm
the one
saying-
speech that he gave, this one
Oh,
day.
are you asking if he said specifically the word peaceful? Like, are
No,
you,
no,
are
if he
you
told
nitpicking
people-
one word?
So on the WhiteHouse.gov website, they claim, they claim that hold on, let me look for it explicitly. So it
Hey,
says,
just to the
he
host. I'm
stresses the
sorry.
need
To
to-
the host,
go ahead.
I can cuss here, right? Is there certain words I can't say?
No, nothing that would get me demonetized. So no
No
F slurs,
slurs,
no hard R's, nothing like that. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Other than
So
that,
he
you can call
stresses-
retard, fuck, all that shit. So yeah.
Okay, cool.
so on the White House website,
God, I love New America. Like, listen, Twitter being a hellscape of fucking like dissident right-wing propagandists constantly bathing my brain in like Christian nationalist, national conservative propaganda does suck. But I do love that the R slur is back. Also, I'm going to say this at the risk of losing my black viewers. Last night, we spoke with Liberal Sanity Project, and he used the word snicker and snigger, meaning to laugh at someone derisively. And then we, of course, realized that that could be, said snigga, and then you're kind of getting around the whole, use of the N-word thing. Now, funny, I'm probably not going to do it, but I'm hoping. I hope one day we can solve systemic racism. That way, we can engage in racialized humor as brothers who love each other. Yeah. Snigga with an A. Yes, there we go.
it's Save America rallies, their second timestamp. It says he
Don't explain jokes. I'm 40. It's my job to explain jokes. Hood monkey, I disavow.
Stresses the need to fight for the country through strength and determination, explicitly calling for peaceful protest. I just want to be clear, that never happened. That part is a lie
Okay, Beef Supreme, I won't for you.
on the side. At the very least, we can agree that that's a lie.
So he never said the words peacefully and patriotically during that speech.
No, that's
Is that what y'all?
He never told people to go do that. He said that I know you'll go marching peacefully and patriotic or whatever, but he never explicitly said. He never called for. That was never explicitly called for.
That's super nuanced, dude. If he says like peacefully and patriotically, I think that's the key. And I think there was a lot of people, including myself, pissed off that day. And to kind of hit what the question for the host, for 4 years, we've been fed nothing but like bullshit and slop from the Biden administration about what happened on January 6th. Now that January 6th are actually out, we get to say our piece. And I think people get to see both sides of the story, and they get to not make a binary choice. Maybe they agree with me on some things. Maybe they agree with Destiny on other things, or other liberals. And I find it fascinating now that like we're nitpicking words when he's explicitly said that peacefully and patriotically make your way over to the Capitol. And then on top of that,
He didn't say that. So
somebody
what you
else,
just said, you
somebody
used the
else
word
went ahead.
explicitly. I don't know if you
Hold
know
on
what
one
explicitly
second.
means, but
What he
just
said.
one fact at a
Jesus
time.
Christ.
Just one fact at a time.
So
right?
he goes ahead and on top of that, his tweets got deleted, and you silence the president of the United States right after that. I don't think it was ever his intention to tell anybody. I mean, I sat through courts through 6 months. I don't think at any point did he think people were going to storm into the Capitol and storm the building or do anything. I think he wanted people to protest outside. And as somebody that, again, was
Cool.
planning
So
on being there.
I'm going to read the sentence here, okay? I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. He didn't tell them you need to be peaceful. You need to go and be peaceful. You need to go and not commit. He didn't explicitly say that ever. He just said, "I know you'll be marching over soon."
But who cares? Like, what is he? What is he supposed to say? Hey, don't shoot! Don't shoot it! Don't do this.
Can I give an exact negative? Can I give the
You can't
exact?
prove a negative.
One at a time. Destiny, finish your question. Then Enrique can answer it. And I know Tim wants in too. Is that your name? I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, the full quote is, at the ellipse, President Trump speaks to hundreds of thousands of supporters, detailing evidence of election fraud and urging the crowd to march to the Capitol to, quote, peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, end quote. There is no urging the crowd there. He just says he'll know they'll do it. There is no urging
I'm confused. Why is this the point of attack? Like for me, the point of attack would be Donald Trump didn't know, or like he had half a dozen to a dozen advisors say that the evidence that he claimed for electoral fraud wasn't present. He endorsed the Eastman memo, which was a very flimsy legal theory that you could create alternate slates of electors without being charged criminally for undermining it, that the vice president of the United States not being a ceremonial role of certifying elections, but actually having the authority to reject the certified elections of the states was flimsy. Why wouldn't that be the line of attack? I'm not sure why this is the line of attack, but I mean, I'll give it time. I'll give it time to cook. Fast and Bubbles for 5 says, I know you will let me leave peacefully and patriotically. Renee Good. Woo! That's a spicy super chat. That's a spicy meatball. Good God. All right.
It's about an hour-long speech where he talks about voter fraud. He says we need to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country. He calls everybody in Congress weak. He's here to protest the results of the election. So I just think it's a little bit rich to pretend that there were explicit calls for peace in this. There wasn't. And this was like one thing he said almost at the beginning of the speech. Yeah.
Hey, every time you leave the house, like when you were a kid and you just got your driver's license, does your mom say, "Oh, don't crash"? Like it's retarded to even think that he has to say that every time that he comes out. He said, "You guys are going to peacefully and patriotically march towards."
Maybe
so,
he
like,
should say it when
if we're going to play on words, I
Washington,
mean,
D.C. to protest the results of the election. Maybe that would be a good thing to say when he's kind of gotten everybody riled up, and he's also saying you need to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country. Maybe it would be a good idea to really stress the peaceful part, especially considering what happened afterwards, right?
Like he did. He said, I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That's his speech.
Yeah, that is a line that he said, yes. But
Isn't you saying he just didn't say don't be peaceful?
I'm saying he didn't explicitly call it to do it. And I would argue there's stronger calls for explicitly for violence when he says, and we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. That seems a little bit more of a command. And it's at the end of the speech as opposed to the other thing that was towards the beginning of the speech. It's an hour-long speech. Just saying
this is a line of attack that I'm more happy with because that's an existential threat, right? Saying the Senate, the Republic, they're too weak. They won't do what's necessary in order to save our country. If you guys don't make this happen, then we are not going to be in a country anymore. That's an existential threat if you take that literally true. So, yeah, that's my beef too. I think that's stronger than the initial argumentation, in my opinion.
Weren't all these explicit calls for peace. He didn't say you guys need to remain peaceful. Nothing like that. He just said, I know you'll be marching over there peacefully and patriotically, make your voice heard. That's it. It's not a huge point. You don't lose the whole.
Hans Mayer asked an important question. How is Connor's Discord? It's filled with political artists. But you need to join the Discord. because Grassroots Hegemon wants to hang out with you while he's in Germany. So let me go ahead and send an invite here.
Argument by giving. This want to make sure we're all
do you
on the
think
same
that he
factual page.
knew? Do you think that he knew that he was that the crowd was going to peacefully and patriotically march over there? Like, he didn't give a marching order like, hey, go storm the Capitol. Hey, go stop the certification election. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy is what he's saying. Like, you don't expect the crowd. I didn't expect the crowd to do that. I know a lot of people, a lot of liberals think that I went over there to go stop the certification election. I wasn't going to do that. And I didn't need the president to tell me to be peaceful and patriotically. I was already both of those things.
Well, so you did know that the Capitol was going to be broken into. It had already happened by the time that speech was over, right? The Proud Boys had literally organized to do this. You guys were involved in breaking through all three of the outer barriers, and then finally with Dominic to break into the actual Capitol with the riot shield. So you did know that was going to happen in advance, right? You were in the Capitol the night before, and you left because
You have
arrest.
so
yeah.
I'll ask you, like I asked the prosecutors and defense team, what evidence do you have that I knew that was going to happen? Because you said it as an absolute. So what evidence do you have that I thought that was going to happen? Because my messages in court, even given by the prosecution, doesn't show that. It shows that I'm like, holy shit, this is happening.
Sorry, fighting with chat because it's relevant. AK Batusai says, Connor, if fight like hell means unlawfully, then there's not a country for people are fighting for. I think that's straight cope, AK Batusai. I don't think you're thinking about this at all. You understand the Boston Tea Party was illegal, right? You understand the Revolutionary War was illegal, right? You can fight for a country and do illegal things. The question is whether or not they're moral. And so what I would say is that if the Trump crowd was correct, if MAGA was correct, that there was proof positive, outcome determinative voter fraud in the 2020 election, it would be the patriotic duty, not just of Americans, but it would actually be the patriotic duty of all Americans to protest a provably fraudulent election. And not just protest, maybe even overthrow the illegitimate government that was using the fraudulent election in order to seize power. Ray Sunlight says, what was John Brown? Wasn't John Brown like a abolitionist revolutionary who murdered a bunch of Confederate civilians along with some Confederate militia? I forget John Brown. But the point is that, like, yes, there are moral things that you can do that are illegal. Yeah. But AK Batusai says the Revolutionary War was also the Americans acknowledging that if they lost, they would be hung as a traitor. They were also knowing that was unlawful. How does that change your perspective? You said that if it was illegal, they're not even fighting for a country. That's not true.
Probably, actually, as a matter of fact, Destiny, you probably found out about the storming of the Capitol before I did.
I thought that you were convicted for this. Didn't you lose in front of a jury on this?
If you consider a jury that during their questioning, right, and said that
I do. So we can vote it. Yeah, I do consider that a legitimate jury. Yes, and you did.
Okay, yeah, you did consider it. But
what's
I mean, I hope one day when you face any assault charges or anything, or sexual assault charges, that you're convicted of a jury that hates your guts. Then they put me in the jury because the first thing I'm going to do is find you guilty.
Okay. I want to hear from some other people here. I want to hear from Tim.
Just to be clear, also real quick. So everything in the indictment, all of your messages about your plans.
What messages? Can you point one message? Just show me one message, please.
Do you want me to read down the indictment to have you
I mean, yes, please.
Is that what you want?
We got all night here.
While he's getting that up,
I don't got nothing to do here, bro. So if you want to look at the indictment, go ahead.
Yeah, while he's getting that up, I do want to hear from some other people in the crowd. I want to hear from Tim here.
Yeah, tell me about my 6-month trial.
Right.
I'd love for you to be a professional.
Right. So go ahead, Tim, then Dev, and then we'll get you Kung Fu Joe and Gibbs and Grit. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification. The first thing I was going to do was with the speech, because that was the prelude to this. But Destiny, I think he wanted to limit it to specifically saying, for after the fact. But I mean, are we ignoring the tweets that he gave at 2:38 and 3:13? He specifically does use the words peaceful. He He says stay peaceful for the first one and remain peaceful, or peaceful for the second one. So what is the contention about the word peaceful and when it was used specifically?
Yeah, so he made those tweets when there was already violence breaking out. So when he says remain peaceful, that's nonsense. And people were begging him to call people to go home. So like people like Ashley Babbitt got killed because he refused to make that call for people to go home because he was hoping that Congress would break down and give in to the desire for him to have the vote switch.
Congress had already been removed at that point. So that's a stupid thing to say. You know better than that.
Yeah,
Did they not come back that night?
Yeah, they came back later that night, but that
Yeah, so
after all of the rioters had been removed, sir. I mean, that's a dumb thing to say.
That's correct. Yes, after they
That's a
removed the
dumb thing for
rioters,
you to
which people
say.
wanted to happen, they came back and they re-adjourned in order to finish the count. Correct. Thank you for doing the logical order of events. So Tario, when you were
Not
saying
the law. Hold on, but that doesn't support what you
so
said.
Tario, I just want to see. I'm just checking to see if these messages are real. So when you posted a message that said "fuck unity, no quarter, raise the black flag," was that a message that you posted in a group chat on November 12th?
Sorry, Grid. I might be a little extra soy today because that is fucking crazy. You understand the black flag. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that like the naval order of battle that means no surrender? Doesn't that mean no surrender, no quarter? I don't know, man. That's pretty fucking spicy if you ask me. I'm currently busting up my ODST helmet. But hold on, let's just make sure that I'm not making shit up real quick. Let's double check meaning of black flag in naval warfare. Meaning of black flag in naval warfare. In naval warfare, a black flag historically means no quarter will be given, signaling intent to kill all enemy combatants and to not take prisoners. Famously used by pirates and later by some World War II Allied escorts hunting U-boats. Bro. Literally not a threat, though. I'm sorry, Fatsimo. Saying we're going to kill all the people who oppose us and we're not taking any prisoners, even as hyperbole in the context of a riot? What the fuck? You're saying that's not a threat? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you have, I think you might have autism. I think you got hella autism. Let me just rewind a little bit.
Thank you for doing the logical order of events. So Tario, when you were saying,
hold on, but that doesn't support what you said.
I just want to see. I'm just checking to see if these messages are real. So when you posted a message that said "fuck unity, no quarter, raise the black flag," was that a message that you posted in a group chat?
I posted it on social media, yeah, and I'm 100%. I said that. I celebrated it.
Okay.
If I'm guilty of celebrating it, then yes, and that was in social media.
Political prisoners, we won't go quietly. I promise. Is that a thing that you posted?
Yeah, that was in November.
Okay.
That was in November.
You need
yes.
to remember, we're at war with a virus, not with each other. You need to remember the American people are at war with you. No Trump, no peace, no quarter. Right? These are your messages.
When did those tweets happen? Remind me when those tweets happened.
In November of 2020.
It was in November of 2020. Was January 6th an event? Did January 6th, the event at January 6th, did that ever get announced before November of 2020? Can you tell me the day that it got announced that was going to be a rally?
I'm just making sure that so far in the indictment you agree to these things, right?
Unless I'm fucking Nostradamus and I know that some rally's going to happen in the future, do you expect me in November to be tweeting about some shit that I didn't even know was going to happen? An event that I didn't even know was going to happen.
We know that on January, I'm pretty sure the Electoral Count Act literally calls out the date of the certification of the election. So we all knew in advance.
Your Honor, I was goofing around. Your Honor, it was just a meme. No way. Who said that? Who said that? Your Honor, I was bullshitting. Bro, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that in my court case. I'll be like, Your Honor, I was just joking. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That was amazing. That was great. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that in my court case. Your Honor, it was just a joke. I was just fucking around. I meant Black Flag, the band, obviously. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm being soy. I'm having too much fun. Let's let it play out.
December
when the
12th.
certification of
That's a month before I tweeted that. So yeah.
December
Wait, are
12th
we-
is on the election certification.
Go
I
ahead.
thought that was
Then
January.
they'll automatically creating.
No, it's not January 6th. As a matter of fact, you got that wrong.
Yeah,
The certification of Congress,
Yeah,
the
just-
counting of it happens on December 12th.
Just real quick, I do want to make sure that Tim gets a chance to get in here. He's been trying.
Okay,
so
sorry,
go ahead.
Tim.
No, it's fine. Then Tim.
No,
and then
that's
I wanna
fine.
hear from- Dev, go ahead.
Yeah, we knew when the certification was going to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean people knew that the rally was going to happen, in which case you still have to create the nexus between the rally and his supposed urging people to riot, which, that didn't actually happen. But I'm just trying to understand, you're dismissing the tweets that happened in after 2 o'clock and after 3 o'clock.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself cancer. When I get lung cancer, you can refer back to this clip in which I use PLA plus gloop and Gorilla Glue without ventilation. You can say, hey, Connor, this is the moment that you got lung cancer. I mean, it's probably the cigarettes. It's probably the cleaning. Like, I don't smoke anymore, but I smoked when I was a young man. It's probably the cigarettes I had when I was a young man. It's probably the cleaning products I had in the Marine Corps, but it's probably still inadvisable to use plastic liquid cement and Gorilla Glue. Yes. To use Gorilla Glue in a non-ventilated space. But realistically, we're all going to get a little bit of cancer, right? We're all going to get a little bit of cancer. So, Jesus hates a pussy. Let's go.
Because they happened after the speech, but in the speech he also says peaceful, but you're saying he didn't direct people to be peaceful, he just acknowledged it. Isn't that inferred?
He should have told people to go home because it had already gotten violent.
So you're unhappy that he didn't say specific words?
No, he should. Well, at that point, people should have gone home. He should have said, you need to leave. It wasn't peaceful. It was a riot at that point.
If he says
So
to
you wanted him
to be peaceful,
the
then
initial contention, my understanding, I'm sorry, Grid, I thought the initial
beyond splitting hairs.
I thought the
I'm
initial
not beyond
contention
splitting hairs. It's very easy. So if there's a riot happening at the Capitol and you have the ability to tell your people to go home, you should probably tell your people to go home.
You wanted him to tell people to go home in the middle of the speech when he says to be peaceful?
You were just
Because
talking
I
about his
thought the
tweets that he made hours later at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Which one do you want to talk about?
But I thought you were complaining about the fact that he didn't direct people to be peaceful in the speech when he said, I know you will be peaceful.
Well, yes,
So I
that's
just wanna
because
clarify.
I'm just going through the whitehouse.gov J6 site
Such
and
a
I'm going
stupid
through
thing to
the
argue about.
timeline on the claim thing, right? And the second claim for the Save America rally is President Trump delivers powerful speech. That was just the very first one I was looking at.
I don't even think
I was starting with that one.
I don't even think it's worth getting in the weeds of what he
Okay,
said. He
that's
said
fine.
peacefully and patriotically. Like we don't need a 10-minute discussion on what those words mean and how he meant it.
Well, can I?
I mean,
He also did say, just to be clear, he said we have to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country, right? How would you
yeah,
describe the
I
event?
think so.
How would you
Yeah,
describe the
yeah.
events that
I
unfolded
agree.
over the next 4 hours? How would you describe the events that unfolded? What did it seem was more happening? That people were fighting like hell because they thought they were going to lose their country, or that they were marching peacefully and patriotically?
Mostly
I think 95% of the people, I believe 95% of the people that were there on J6, all they did was walk in. They didn't touch a fucking cop. They didn't break a window. They didn't do any of that. If you want to talk about the 5%, look, I don't agree. I don't agree with the assaults. I've said this. I said this on January 6th in the evening after seeing it. I said it on national television. I said it on CNN and I said it on Univision. I can't vibe with people assaulting police officers. I think that they should have been arrested. I don't think that the problem was, I still think that they should be pardoned, not for their actions, but because of how justice
Why do we care about
was
any of this? I don't
administered.
know what we're talking about now. This doesn't do anything.
Well, no, I really don't care about you talking about
I heard that you said
president's words.
95% were peaceful. So that
95% were peaceful.
Okay, so then 5,000, 10,000 people were rioting then, if the president's own words are to be believed.
Is that the number of people?
It
Do you
was
believe
about
5 or 10,000
They
people
say,
walked into the Capitol that day?
Yeah, there was
On
about
the-
100,000 people, I believe, is the number of protesters.
On the site, they say hundreds of thousands, so 5,000 to 10,000 violent rioters.
No. I'm asking you, is that the number? Are you citing the number of people that went inside the Capitol or the number of people that attended the rally?
I'm giving what they had as attended the rally on the White House.
I'm not asking what they give you. I'm asking what you know.
I know that around 1,600 people were charged. I don't know how many people went into the building altogether. I don't have the count on that, so I don't know.
So you don't know what the 5? We could just say 5%. We don't got to go with the number because it wasn't 10. thousands of people that went in.
Rick, it's
almost
1.5%, but it was a small number. I mean,
Well, because only a small number of people even got to the building, right? That's how it works. Like in any riot, it's probably like 1 to 5% of people that are being violent, right?
There were probably thousands of people in the building. I was one of them, and Rika, I think this is, like you said. Well, I would say it's besides the point, because if you want to address the violence, it happened in very select areas, and there was a context behind it, such as the Lower West Terrace Tunnel. It actually, one of the biggest reasons it wasn't an insurrection is that it got less violent when people got inside the building. If they were going to, become violent and overthrow the government, we would have been more violent in the building than out. But what you see is that when you review the video, it actually was at very select locations because people were incited. There were provocateurs. I agree with Enrique. Not everybody who was there was a good person.
Yeah, so to be clear, the incitement was you trying to break through where cops were. When people were inside the building, they weren't violent because they didn't even know what they were supposed to do.
What do you mean by you? What do you mean by you? Are you talking to me, or you're talking to
the general you? Because he's talking about the protesters not being violent once they got inside the building because they didn't have much to be violent against because all the Congress.
So you're agreeing with me and Tim and saying that some protesters were violent. Yeah, I agree with you. Some protesters were violent. I believe that they should. I believe that they should be arrested, and I believe that they should have gotten some time in prison. Yes, I don't believe that they should have gotten 10, 20 years.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I do want
And I don't believe it's like you said,
before anyone else
Destiny.
goes, hold on just real quick. Before anyone else goes, I do want to make sure that Dev gets a chance to have his say and come in and give us what he's got. And I do see Gibbs, Kung Fu Joe over there, and we're going to get you in here in a second. Dev, go ahead. Give us what you think.
Yeah, I've just been listening. This is kind of crazy. Just because I don't know who you are, the guy with the green background, but you were talking about Trump's tweets. And I mean, while the riot was happening, you expect a decent, competent, good leader to try to calm people down. That's what you expect them to say. But I mean, at 2:24 p.m., Donald Trump tweeted, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. Now, that statement, is that going to calm people down or rile people up, do you think?
Well, I can tell you from my own experience, it didn't rile me up. At that point, I actually wrongfully assumed when I read that tweet, I was already in the
Why
crypt.
is he answering from his own personal experience? What are we doing?
Because he was there.
I'm offering a perspective because I was asked, why do you think?
Okay,
I'm telling
fair
you.
enough. How about everyone else's perspective then?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I think most
You're asking to give other people's perspective that's not here.
He can give his own
kind of how reality works. We kind of speak for how we think people are generally like motivated by things or what might cause people to do things. Are we incapable here?
These are people.
Here, you know what? I'm going to tell you exactly what people thought. I'm going to tell you exactly what
let's not generalize to some bullshit. Just stay on the specific things.
No, I'm going to give you exactly what people thought, and I'm going to give you my specific thought.
Pence had failed. What did Pence fail?
So,
what did that?
So anybody who thinks that the only reason, excuse me, I think anybody who thinks that the only reason that people went into the Capitol is because Trump told them that the election was stolen is a retard. I think they weren't looking backwards. And it started with Hillary Clinton in September of 2016 calling
at the
Trump supporters as
I appreciate Steven throwing elbows. I appreciate Nebraska Steve, coming out a little bit. However, I would say that I actually do want to hear the argumentation. Okay, I do want to hear the argumentation, because if you're talking about the most extreme people possible, Enrique Tarrio got convicted, I think, of like sedition or something, and he got 20 years. And so as a result, if he has some kind of like rationale that explains why the specific motivating factor wasn't the alleged corruption of the 2020 election, but there was like an expanded reason to be there, I want to hear it, right? 22 years. I want to hear it. Now, some people are already jumping to, he's an R slur and, this, that, the other. He could be totally self-sweeping. He could be totally, spreading propaganda. But I want to hear it. That way you can take it apart. And that's one of the one things that kind of frustrates me about debate, where Steven is viewed as like a really good interlocutor. Like, listen, if you're a really good debater, your opponent should be able to forward their arguments uninterrupted, and you should be able to rip them apart, right? So interrupting Tarrio before he's forwarded his arguments, even if the arguments are completely R-slurred, let's hear the arguments first before we tear them apart, right?
a basket of deplorables. Then
Oh,
you
in
take us off
2016,
social
how many
media.
people
Then
invaded
you
the
go
Capitol?
ahead and you
The answer is zero.
definance
The
us.
answer is zero.
You
Yeah,
deplatform
it's
us.
none.
You shut down our businesses during
It's zero.
COVID,
Yep,
right?
yeah,
You
it's
allow
zero.
the summer of
Who
love
shut
to
down the
happen
businesses during
unchecked.
COVID? Wasn't Trump the president
And
for that? Who
the
was the
straw
president
that
for that?
broke.
And by the way, this argumentation sucks, right? This argumentation sucks. Him saying like, "Oh, BLM happened, therefore we have the right to storm the Capitol." That's fucking cringe. It's stupid. It doesn't stand up in a court of law. It's a dumb argument. And so if, in my opinion, Stephen had let him get that out, then he literally could have just been like, "Oh, well, wait. So you're saying that because BLM protesters had the Summer of Love and 95% of them were peaceful, but 5% of them were, violent freaks and set buildings on fire and this, that, the other, or the lockdowns or the social media stuff. Does that give you a right to riot in the nation's capital? Obviously not. And so like you could have just let him get the argumentation out and we would have been fine.
Wasn't Trump the president for that?
One at a time. One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. Both of you.
Is somebody stole the fucking election. So yeah, we were pissed off about a million fucking things. Yeah. Well, there's a million things that we're pissed off about. It wasn't just
for January 6th. Why were people at the Capitol? What were they there for?
We were there to fucking peacefully protest.
Hold on, guys. I got to show you something important. Let me remove this real quick. And let me take a look at it myself. Guys, look at the helmet. Yes. Yes. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some bike cushions for the helmet. That way it's actually like comfortable on my skull. And then I'm also going to get the visor. You could print the visor. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the mesh that they use for like airsoft masks, and I'm going to form it around the visor, and then I'm going to put it across the whole face so I can wear this. It's a little snug, but honestly, I think it's pretty cool. But I can wear this, have it comfortably sit on my head without wobbling all over the place. And then I can, maybe even get a chin strap, maybe even get some like cushions in the side so it wraps around my neck. Maybe put some cushions in the top. That way it sits like comfortably on my head. And then put the airsoft grill on top of it. That way I can do that. Bro, yeah, I'm not worried about the glue smells. King, we're getting cancer today, bro. We're getting cancer today. Hal says, is this Connor's Arsler helmet to protect his soft spot? Yes. Thomas Martinson says he didn't drop his phone, dumbass. I'm watching the earlier part. We all watched the videos, dumbass. Yeah, dude, you're like an hour late. Thomas Martinson, hour late, being soy. It's all right. I'll let him catch up. I won't ban Thomas Martinson for being soy. It's fine. Thomas Martinson gets a pass. Cosium Weird says, it defeats the point of even bringing Enrique on, but to be fair to Destiny, any argument Tario makes should be heard 16 to 18 years from now. Sure. But I do think that anybody with an IQ above 80 should be able to just see the problems with this line of argumentation. BLM doing the doing the Summer of Love and the riots in the summer of 2020 doesn't excuse you engaging in insurrection on January 6, 2021. If they're criminals who deserve to be incarcerated and you rioted at the Capitol, you deserve to be incarcerated as well. So, yeah. Thomas Martin says, sorry, just got to that part of the combo. Pissed me off. It happens. No problem, Thomas Martinson. I'm going to tell Thomas Martinson, keep watching. We end up on solid ground. Is Connor suited up to be a death trooper? No, an ODST.
Stole an election.
Who called them there?
President Trump called it.
I need to ask you a question.
At the ellipse.
Thank you for Christian Valeris for wrapping up the goal. We've smashed 2 goals today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to reset the goal. Let's go.
Okay.
I gotta
Thank
ask
you.
this. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Because do you truly believe
Fuck you, Darth Panzer.
that people
absent Trump, absent his speech, that they wouldn't have been people like showing up angry at the Capitol that day? Is that your claim?
Absent him inviting them there? Nah, maybe 1,000, maybe, I don't know. If
Well,
that.
hold on. So you don't believe that there are other factors leading up to that day from the time of the election, not including Trump, that would have motivated enough angry people to show up that day?
Well, I can tell you what the other factors are. It's actually really easy. There was a whole bunch of people online who were posting. There's a whole bunch of people online.
No, hold on.
No.
Let
I'm
Dev
going to
answer your question.
I'm going to
Please, go
answer you.
ahead,
There's a
Dev.
whole bunch of people online who are posting about how Mike Pence has the power to send back the electors so that Trump can steal the election, and everyone was hyping themselves up for this bullshit. That's why you guys went there. It was retarded.
No. That's not the only thing I'm talking about. Like, I have a list of things that factually happened, and whether or not you can observe them through 2020, vision, like from now, doesn't matter, because we had so little time to analyze these things. So, expanded mail-in voting due to COVID-19, late night vote count pauses and updates in key states, changes to the election
So
procedures.
every single one of these things failed in court.
I'm not done yet.
They
I'm
had
not
their
done
day in
yet.
court.
Thank you
You
very
lost
much.
on every single one of these.
Buddy,
all of them.
did you not just
every
hear
single
what
one.
I just said?
It's cute. He believes
Did
in
you
the
not hear what I
justice
just
system.
Courts have litigated all
Hold
of these.
on.
You lost.
Hold on. No. That you obviously weren't listening. If you listen, you could hear me better. What I said was, what happened by the time January 6th rolled around, we didn't have the time and like 8 hours a day for years on end. No, we didn't have years like you did. No, we didn't.
You did.
Okay, between January 6th and the election, the determination of the election, how much time was there?
A few months, but there was enough time that almost every single claim that Donald Trump brought up in his speech had already been debunked thoroughly, and none of them, absolutely zero of them, have held up today. So apparently there was enough time.
That's not true. Hold on.
Democrats were saying that mail-in voting is the most unreliable form of voting. Democrats said that. That's something that's not going to change.
Who asked?
Well,
we sit here. Anything. It's not relevant. No.
So the White House
How is
posted
it
this
not relevant?
thing.
I want to hear from Gibbs. Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah. So the White House posted this thing.
This is the dumbest guy in Twitch and YouTube politics, by the way, about to talk. So we'll see if he actually has a coherent point. Unfortunately, despite me labeling him the dumbest guy in Twitch and YouTube politics, he made a point that I actually agreed with over Destiny in a previous debate. So I cannot completely strawman him, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I just have to evaluate his arguments based off of what they are. But what I would say is that my frustration with this line of argumentation that the guy has presented is, you are betting your future on trusting Donald Trump. And I think that Donald Trump is a unreliable narrator. So getting I would never bet my freedom on something that Donald Trump had told me. And yet it seems like plenty of January 6ers were saying, no, Donald Trump's totally telling the truth. Therefore, we actually do need to protest and riot. And therefore, all of these irregularities in reference to voting are definitely proof positive of outcome determinative voter fraud. Also, one of the things that gets brought up is Hillary Clinton bitching about the 2016 election. But her bitching about the 2016 election is not saying, at least to my knowledge, she was not saying that there were hundreds of thousands of people who cast incorrect ballots, who went to the polls, signed their names next to the vote and clicked the name. And these were actually all fake and made up and lame and all that kind of stuff. That wasn't the argument in 16. What Hillary Clinton said instead was that there was an active foreign interference campaign that was significant enough to change the outcome of the election. So effectively, Americans were propagandized by foreign influence campaigns to the degree that it affected the election. Now, is she calling into doubt, Donald Trump's legitimacy, blah, 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 blah? Yeah, sure. But it's not the same accusation. The accusation from one thing is that the entire voting system is corrupt and fraudulent. And the accusation from the other thing is that within a free society, there was so much toxic propaganda coming in that as a result, people changed the way that they voted. It's not completely different arguments, but they're aligned, but substantially different arguments.
And I really feel it's important that we kind of like analyze it in the 2026 light, actually. What did they say? It says, in truth, it was the Democrats who staged the real insurrection by certifying the fraud-ridden election, including widespread irregularities and weaponizing federal agencies. All right. So we're seeing, look at this. Now we're looking at right now what's happening.
Quoting? Wait, who was that even a quote from?
That's on
that
the
is the White House
website.
page, whitehouse.gov, the whole thing that we're here. Y'all literally posted and said, this is what we're debating today.
Well, okay,
I don't know. Sorry. Anyway, well,
if that's true, then shouldn't we have evidence now? Donald Trump was saying that he was going to have evidence in a month that was going to prove the outcome determinative election fraud that happened in the 2020 election. So considering that we are now a month after he said that, probably we're at 2 months after he said that, do we have proof positive that there was outcome determinative voter fraud in the 2020 election? Because I wasn't expecting to get a website of regurgitated talking points. I was expecting to get hard evidence that there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes that were documentably, provably false. That's what I was waiting for. I haven't got, dude, I'm still waiting on the Kraken. I've been waiting on the Kraken since late 2020. I still haven't gotten my Kraken. And it's like January going on February 2026. I've been waiting 5 fucking years for my Kraken. I still haven't gotten it yet.
I would like to get to it. Thank you. 1 second, please. Anyway, and so when we look at it in 2026 and we see all the fraud and we see places like Minnesota where we now have evidence that 197 duplicate ballots were posted. Yes, we do. We do have that. It was just by the Congress just a couple days ago. Maybe keep up to date.
Yeah, Sacred Snow says the thing they'll claim is the Fulton County 300,000 votes, but I haven't seen anything that substantiates it. Bro, Sacred Snow, not only is the Fulton County 300K votes claim bullshit, well, actually, I shouldn't say it's bullshit. It's true that it was not signed and taped by election officials the way that it was supposed to be before it was turned in for counting or some shit like that. But Fulton County and the state of Georgia did a recount and did not find sufficient irregularities in the cast votes to throw them out. We've already had a recount on the 300,000.
We have that. We see evidence of the fraud. We see evidence of this NGOs paying for it. The Trump administration has been saying from day one, when this went down, that they're basically having some sort of system in place to rig the election. So they're the real insurrectionists by subverting the will of the voters. And that's what we're seeing has happened. They use the fraud system.
Why didn't Trump? Trump said this coming in 2016. They had 4 years to find it. Why did Trump not find anything?
Oh, yeah, because Biden's going to be investigating himself whenever he gets put in power, huh? Does that make sense? Give me a break. Come on, man.
He's been in power for a year, Gibbs. This is why I think you're one of the dumbest people in Twitch and YouTube politics, and this is why I get really mean about it.
No, Trump said there was rampant voter fraud for the 2016 election. He was in office for 4 years after. They found nothing. He put together a commission to find it. They found nothing.
And yet when
Grid says, I have to go get ready for my show. Have a great day, man. Be cool. Thank you, Grid. Thank you for bringing us the content. I hope you have a great day.
Now we're finding all sorts of stuff, though. So
no, we're not.
Crazy
but I didn't ask
now
you
that
about
we cleaned out more of the stuff.
I said he had 4 years.
I'm talking about now, though.
We can
talk about 4 years ago.
Well, no,
It's
you
not
weren't talking
mattering.
about now. You brought up a quote from 2016. So
I
you want to
just
talk about
brought
now?
up
If you want to
the
talk about
quote
now,
from
talk about now.
today.
Why don't we have any
From 3 days
fraud
ago, I
on this
brought the quote.
election? He
Hold
said
on.
there was
The quote is
millions of
from 3
illegal
days
voting.
ago.
We
We
don't have any.
understand.
Even if the point was we don't have proof positive of outcome determinative election fraud for 2016, this still works for 2020 and 2021. How come now that Trump has had the levers of power for the past year and he's had sycophants? He's had Dan Bongino, he's had Kash Patel, and he's had Pam Bondi in office for a year and a half now, and they still have 0 indictment in reference to outcome determinative voter fraud for 2020. Not only that, but Department of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard came out in a press conference and said that President Barack Hussein Obama, through the Russian collusion hoax, attempted to overthrow the President of the United States. And yet, we are a year and a half into the Trump administration. Well, I mean, I guess we're really just a year in, but we're a year into the Trump administration, and we have 0 criminal charges against President Barack Hussein Obama or any of his cronies. So if DNI, what's happening is DNI Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and President Trump, are they lying to us? You know, because that's the only alternative. The only alternative is either it didn't happen and they're lying to us, or it did happen and they're on the verge of dropping a ton of criminal prosecutions. Okay. Yeah, Todd Sullivan, I already addressed this. In December 2025, it was reported that over 315,000 early vote ballots in Fulton County, Georgia lacked require poll worker signatures on tabulator tapes, a procedural requirement under Georgia law for certifying voter totals. Yeah. And then they recounted the votes and then they certified them. So what do you want?
Right?
Okay.
The quote I just read from 3 days ago. You realize that, right?
I'm asking you, where is the evidence of the voter fraud? The rampant voter fraud in 2016, in 2020.
But we literally have
2024?
evidence right now that 197 duplicates votes were cast in Minnesota's election, and 137,000 is what it cost to beat him, right? And so, yeah, clearly something was going on when we have billions in fraud and 197,000 duplicate votes in a state where they won, and it's a state where, guess what? Timmy Walls is the VP candidate. Come on.
Fast and Bulba says, can I make a racist joke? Yes, please.
Bro, there's some kind of collusion here. That's the real insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I am curious. Something Enrique said at the beginning of the show, that people have been fed a lie about January 6th. If you could have, if there is one lie you could point to that the Biden administration or the Democrats or whoever has been saying about January 6th, what would you say that lie is? And then we can see if Dev and Destiny, what they think about that. What do you think, Enrique?
So to say something that I don't want to argue about, but
I disavow. I disavow. Fast and Bulbous, I am going to highlight this disgusting racist comment in my chat so everybody can see how much of a repulsive racist you are. I disavow.
Just saying it's an insurrection was all bullshit. But to be more specific, and specific to my case, that we decided to plan to commit an act of sedition, which is one step on the treason for people that don't know that, to overthrow by force the United States government is bullshit. And they ran with this narrative, and they ran with this Tom Clancy novel. Because if you read not only my indictment, if you sat through the 6 months of my trial and you read all the bullshit that went on in the trial and how they wanted to paint it, I think that's one of the biggest miscarriages of justice. And the big.
I also disavow this equally heinous and repulsive joke, which I can actually read. What kind of a car does a rabbi drive? A Maserati.
Biggest miscarriage of a PR campaign by the DOJ. So much so that I think I'm happy that I got 22 years, because it opened people's eyes and was like, well, you know what? I don't like this guy, but he doesn't deserve 22 years because, you know, these facts are the case. And in my case, you know, we had FBI agents embedded within the group. We had I
always love the FBI agents embedded in the group thing, because the FBI agents within the group, there's this great thing. There's this 3D gun designer guy out of Texas, and his defense, because he was charged with like soliciting an underage girl for sex or something like that. And in a post on a 4chan green text in reference to the incident was like, do you know how many federal government agents could pretend to be 16-year-old girls that wanted to have sex with me? Do you know how many federal agents it would take for me to fall for that trap? Infinite federal agents. Do you know how many federal agents it took to pretend to be a 16-year-old girl in order to entice this man to try to have sex with an underage girl? One. And that's like that's my vibe whenever it's like, oh, I was surrounded by federal agents. And it's like, yeah, well, how hard did they have to try to entice you into committing criminal acts? Because the truth is, I commit criminal acts, but my criminal acts are cute. You know, my criminal acts are like going through a red light that doesn't have a camera when the sign says no turn on red, but I know that I'm turning on red because there's nobody else on the roadway. You know, my criminal act is probably violating some random local state tax law in reference to commercial activity that I haven't reported because it's not a substantial amount of my income. That's probably the way that I commit crimes. The crimes that I am enticed to commit are not sedition against the United States of America. You know what I'm saying? Ray Sunlight says, what does a priest eat during Lent? None.
PIs that were informing about the Proud Boys before January 6th and at January 6th, and not a single one of them did the prosecution put on the stand. So just to close up here, I think them blaming. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just closing up. But for the most part, I think hold on a sec. Hey, dude.
Dude, just let him finish his point before you try to tear it apart, Destiny. Jesus Christ.
Hey, let me finish, and then you can go ahead and do your own shit. Yeah, just mute yourself for a second. So check this out. So I think in closing, I think just the narrative that went behind this seditious conspiracy with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, it's bullshit. You want to get some of them, you want to get Dominic, look, you want to get Dominic Pizzola for breaking a window, you could go ahead and break a window, and he'd be charged for it. You know what? I'm going to mute myself, and I'm going to keep talking for a second. If you want to get Dominic Pizzola for breaking a window, then absolutely, go ahead. He'll tell you himself that he shouldn't have broken a window. And I'm unmuted.
Rob says that's literally what you do, Connor. What, I talk over people? Yeah, when I get pissed off and annoyed, and I've been there for a long time. Absolutely.
The Proud Boys were the ones that broke through initially, right? They were the first ones in, right?
No, they weren't the first ones to break in.
They weren't the first one. So there wasn't, let me just be clear. So there wasn't a group of about 100 Proud Boys while Trump was still speaking that made.
There wasn't even 100 Proud Boys in the ground on January 6th. So let's start with correction.
Okay. How many would you say there were? 52. 52. Okay.
Yes.
Was there a group of about 50 Proud Boys during Trump's speech that were already making their way to the Capitol that broke through the outer perimeter, then the second one, and then eventually broke through the window with the riot shield via Dominic? Was that all the Proud Boys?
No, apparently you don't know about the Dominic Pizzola. So we'll start with the Dominic Pizzola and work our way down. So with Dominic Pizzola, Dominic wasn't the one that initially broke the window, and he wasn't the last one to pull the window. He wasn't even the one that went in. He's just the one that conveniently he was not. That window was already broken. You want to pull up the video and take a look at the cracked window?
So I
welcome you to do so.
You said cracked window, so he's the one who broke through the window with the riot shield. The Proud Boy.
Yeah. He finished breaking. He didn't even finish breaking the window because the window was still not accessible, and somebody else pulled down the window. I go ahead and I challenge you and I say, pull up the video and we could discuss Dominic Pizzola.
And if he wants to, we can. So my question is when you tweeted out that you were proud of my boys in my country, okay?
Yes. At what time was that?
What were you referring there? You tell me. When you said
I was talking to the crowd. So let me listen. You could hit me for a lot of things, but the things that you're talking about, you can't. Right? I had direct communications with my guys via Telegram at the time. Right? So if I didn't want them to leave, why isn't there a message from me directly to them saying, "Don't fucking leave, just keep going"? I put that message out on Parler, which is similar to Twitter. Right, to the public. I was celebrating it. If that's what I'm guilty of, then fucking lock me away for 22 years. But how the fuck are you going to tell me for tweeting when you've tweeted so much fucking worse shit that you should probably be in prison for, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then don't fucking leave.
The Proud Boys who were in first, right? You were tweeting out, "I'm proud of my boys."
The Proud Boys, we've established that the Proud Boys weren't the first ones in. So we can clear that out of the thing.
Let Destiny finish now. Let Destiny finish.
So you knew that they were breaking in. You were proud of them for doing.
I did not know they were breaking in. I did not know that we're breaking in. No, I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't turn on the TV.
I got the video.
Go ahead.
I grabbed the video.
Can you send it to me and I can play it for you?
I've DM'd it to you.
Yeah,
you can watch it.
Give me a second.
First guy, it goes by Red on Red Glasses. If you want to search the Sedition Hunter hashtag, India.
Real Seer says, "Is that the R word helmet?" Nah, this is just my helmet now. I'm just gonna wear this. You know how like kids wear pajamas for too long, like they just wear like their favorite pajamas for like 3 or 4 days. That's what I'm gonna do with this helmet. I'm just gonna like put it on and keep it on for like 3 or 4 days. I'm gonna go to my my 20-year high school graduation wearing this thing.
Good looking fellow.
Okay,
Red on red glasses.
Second.
They throw a 2x4 through the window first.
we'll see it in a moment. I just gotta. I'm juggling all my tech thing.
I can also throw this out there. There have been many attempts to get information from the government about who these individuals are, and little effort by the prosecution to identify these people. So I know Dominic as well. I did time with him. So I know for a fact he wouldn't be capable of planning an insurrection.
Okay, it's about a minute-long video that we're going to watch. If you click on the watch stream, we can all watch together.
Can we start with the windows broken?
Okay.
Can everybody see that? It's cracked.
Well, I mean, the guy with the giant riot shield in front of it probably had something to do with that, right? Oh, what is it? Somebody said, "Is this a real helmet?" And the helmet stays on during sex, babe. Yeah, probably. But the helmet is just 3D printed. It's got like a 30% infill. So it's not that hardcore. I probably could break it, but I do think it's probably like bump worthy. So what I'm going to do is I've already said this, but I'm going to say it again because I'm like thinking out loud. I'm going to get the bike helmet pads. I'm going to pad out the back so it pushes back on my face a little bit. I'm going to pad the top so it sits a little bit higher on my head. I'm probably going to mount a chin strap in here. I'm not going to lie. And then that's probably all I'm going to do. I know people do cutouts sometimes, and then they put lights in here. I actually think that's kind of silly. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to 3D print the visor that goes on here. And then I'm going to get the airsoft mesh. And I'm going to put the airsoft mesh where the visor would go. That way, it that way I could like wear it in an airsoft setting. I could also take it to the range and wear it when I'm shooting my Halo pistol, my battle rifle, and my bolter. So that's the game plan. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm in awe of 3D printing technology. If somebody time traveled to 1997 and they told a younger version of me, hey man, you're going to have a robot in your house that's like a hot glue gun, but you can make anything out of the hot glue gun that you could possibly imagine. And what you're going to use it for is for armor for futuristic space soldiers. I would be like, that is the coolest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. So, yeah. 3D printed from the tears of my enemies. Absolutely. Yeah. Print your own toys, nerd. The future is now. True. What is the FUD range officer going to say? Bold of you to assume that I'm going to a traditional range. I'm going to go to a range north of Lake Okeechobee that allows you to shoot tannerite and ballistic dummies and cow carcasses on their property. So that's where I'm going. Anyways, back to the content. My apologies. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We did smash 2 goals today. Shout out to Christian Valeris from the Ashes, Fast and Bulbous. Christian Valeris with some oil there, got a $50 super chat. Audacity, Cusium Weird, Fell Runner, Charlie November, Jack Hanma, aka Batusai, Jeb Kush from the Ashes, C. Goach with the 20, Jen Winkler with the membership, Darth Panzer with the 25, Fell Runner with the 2, Vazraka with the gifted membership, Patriarch with a membership renewal, and Fell Runner with the 2. Thank you, kings and queens. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, my parasocial love you. Let's go.
Right there. Okay. Let's keep watching.
Okay.
There's 2x4.
This one.
So what's their argument? That he was he helped break in the window, but he was not the main one who broke into the window? Was that his argument? Because honestly, man, why don't you just own this shit? Like I get there's like criminal and civil penalties and social penalties for doing so, but why not just saying like, yeah, I believe Trump. I thought the elections were fraudulent. I thought our republic was overthrown. I thought that Democrats and law enforcement were complicit. The fact that Donald Trump has not proven his case in or out of court in the past 5 or 6 years is alarming to me. And while I still consider myself a part of the right wing and a Donald Trump supporter, I'm quite alarmed that my naivete was taken advantage of in order to engage in criminal action. Why not just say that? Because, I mean, that would at least be you standing on business. That would at least be you telling the truth. Whereas it feels like what you're asking us to do is to engage in what I would call cognitive dissonance, where we simultaneously have to believe that you believed the Republic was under threat, but then we also have to believe that you believe that the Republic was under threat, but you weren't going to do anything illegal in order to defend it. So how about instead of asking me to believe something that feels like cognitive dissonance, why don't you just tell the truth?
I don't know if I could use this.
And I think that's Dominic that are going in fourth, right? But he's the guy holding the shield.
So this
He is
guy right
indeed.
here, he's Dominic?
Yep. And
That is Dominic Pizzola. Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Yep.
So what are we proving? That Dominic is not that bad of a guy? Yeah, Your Honor, the window was cracked when I got there. Your Honor, I was just goofing. Your Honor, it was just a meme. Oh, wow. This is not great. It's not a great line of argumentation, in my opinion. Kuzium says that he wasn't the only one there, maybe. What does that change? If I participate in a gang murder, am I not complicit? If you participate in a gang rape, are you not complicit? Like what the fuck does there's other people there have to do with anything? Right?
One, two, well, one, two.
Yes, what does this change?
Two.
Well, if that guy could get over the fucking window.
2,
3.
3. He's
He's technically 4. 4 or 5.
Yeah.
4 or 5
But
and I want to hear
6, 7.
Destiny. I want to hear Destiny what Destiny has to say about this.
Just to be clear, he's absolutely breaking that window, right?
Yes.
He's absolutely no. Listen, Dominic will tell you himself he's breaking that window. But I'd love to hear Destiny's take on this. I don't know. Now, do you feel like you're wrong about being the first?
I never said he was the first one in. I said that the Proud Boys were involved.
No,
in
you did.
into the
You did
Capitol
say
building.
that we were
No,
the
I
first
didn't.
ones in.
I
Yes.
knew you guys were the first ones that broke through all the barriers.
Even it's immaterial to the broader argument that the Proud Boys were a part of the vanguard that broke into the Capitol. It's an immaterial argument. This changes nothing legalistically. It barely changes anything morally at all.
Which is true. The outer
That is
perimeter,
not
the
true.
second outer
You
gate.
want to go
and then
through the first one?
window.
We could do this again because
Sure, you can find the first
when
one.
we're
Yeah,
talking
sure.
about semantics, you want to talk about the president not saying a single word patriotically and peacefully and not directing people to be. But now here you're not using semantics, right? So now
I'm not using semantics. But was he a Proud Boy involved in breaking through the window for the
yes,
first
he
people
was.
to enter the building?
Yes, and I've never
that's my
denied
claim.
that.
Correct.
Dominic
That's
doesn't
good.
even
All right.
deny that.
And this
So
happened,
now-
at
let's
about-
go to
this
the
happened
first
right
breach.
after 2 o'clock. This
But
happened
wait,
before Trump was
you had
tweeting that you guys
so
should
much
remain
to
peacefully,
say
right?
about the first, second, and third breach. Go to the first breach. Was the Proud Boys the first ones to go through the first
If
breach?
you have video you want to send me to it, and we'll just
You-
watch it.
we
just
were
like
no, he's the one. He's the one that has the burden of proof right now because he's making the claim. So I'd like him to pull up the window.
Prosecution that found you guilty
Go
of
ahead.
conviction of seditious conspiracy, but you know.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking liberal DC liberal DC jury, of course. Again, I hope one day, whenever you face your charges for your sexual assault and all that weird fucking kinky shit that you do, I hope that the people on that jury hate your fucking guts and put you in prison. And I hope you rot there for 22 years. And I hope that you change your mind about everything, but I doubt it.
That's not very nice, Enrique. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. I'm just going to let it flow. This is probably the content for the day. I'm not going to lie. It's a, how do I phrase this? We do have World War debate, which I'm excited to get into. But considering we spent 2 hours fighting about 2 hours fighting about the other stuff, and then we also spent an hour so far covering this, I don't want to skip. I don't want to skip anything. You know what I'm saying? I kind of want to catch the good moments from this.
And I hope you change your mind about the justice system because you're out here simping for the fucking justice system.
I'm not simping
and
for
then
the justice
now
system. I think it's a
you
crime
have
that,
been
like,
simping for the
actual
justice
stuff,
system.
human filth like you
Simping
guys
for the
are pardoned.
justice system
You
is
should
saying,
be
oh well,
rotting
you
in a
got
jail.
Let Des-
What
hang on,
fucking
hold on,
fucking
let
jail?
Destiny,
You should
let
be
Destiny and
rotting
Dev
under
go.
the
Destiny
jail.
and Dev, please. Destiny and Dev, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we all know that Newsom's going to pardon you anyway, Destiny, so it's fine.
True base, my thing.
Okay, so
That'll be
Dev,
great.
you showed us that video. What else are your thoughts here? And then I want to get.
Well, here I think Dev can take this response. But one guy was asking why were people at the White House or why were people at the Capitol? And he said there were multi-factors. They were there because Trump called them there.
They were there
not for
because they
everybody, no.
believed that 2020 was stolen from them, even though it wasn't. Even though
Yep.
Biden actually did win 2020.
Because
Quite a
Trump spread the
few-
lie. Yeah.
No, quite a few people, and I can name a myriad of them. Christina Kelso, Scott Fairland, many of them were there because they were angry about losing their businesses. And yeah, I mean, the election plays into that because they thought the lockdowns would continue more. But these are people who lived under blue states, and they were just there to have their voices heard. They went there with signs about COVID, mask mandates, vaccines. Not everybody there was a Trump supporter either, by the way. You know, you got to remember that when you have a large amount of people like that, you're going to get a cross section of American society. So it's not true.
Well, sure, but I mean, nobody really cares about the guy who went there to protest and just kind of stayed outside, didn't get any trouble, went home. No one cares about them. People care about the ones who are riding.
I mean, you should when they get prosecuted too.
They did.
Yeah, they did though. That's
No,
the
they
problem.
didn't. They didn't. There was
Oh,
100,000
okay, we should go
people
So wait,
there.
so
You had-
Barry, hold on, wait, back up before we get into this naming off every individual, because every single time these guys get looked up, all of them were doing some fuck shit. But I understand the DC jury; it's all horrible, politically partisan prosecutions. Why do you really think that if Trump? I don't know. I'm asked this because there's no good faith engagement here. If Trump hadn't called people there on J6, it would have been a few hundred people tops.
Bullshit. Vice did a whole they did a video walkthrough of the audience. They found 6 distinct different groups.
I'm also going to give December and November as an example. Trump didn't tell anybody in November, December to show up to DC, and we showed up in the thousands. As a matter of fact, I'd say that the November rally from November 14th was a lot. There was a lot more people attending that rally than they did on January 6th.
Just so I can just fact check real quick.
The Million MAGA March. I could be off. But regardless of the fact, it doesn't change the fact that the president did not tell anybody to show up in November, and they still showed up in mass. I remember actually with Bobby that's sitting right next to me, I remember sitting on Capitol Hill and looking down Constitution Avenue and seeing people shoulder to shoulder all the way to the White House.
Well, yeah, but even then,
earlier,
hold on,
earlier
real
was
quick,
that
though.
so many people.
So, I know what you're talking about because Trump didn't even understand what was going on with the false elector plan until early December. I get it, but all throughout November, you had Ken Cheesebro talking about this. You had the First Amendment Praetorians that were talking about this. There was this slow boil online of riling people up to get them to believe that there was something that could be done about this. That Trump could have these 7 slates of frankly false electors to come in and then save the day in the last minute. And this was it was built up online. It was built up in certain channels in certain spheres in DC. It eventually got to Trump's desk in early December, and that's when he started pushing it personally. But it still came from a location, and it came from the right wing.
So let me ask you something.
Actually being upset about the election.
Let me ask you something about Pence then. So you're saying that they lied to them and they couldn't. Let's say, so then why is Pence considered a hero from the left if he decided to certify the election results? What if Pence decided to go with Trump's plan? Would that make a difference? Would
he'd be a traitor?
Then he wouldn't be considered.
He'd be a
hero.
traitor,
He'd be
but
considered a traitor, of
wouldn't.
course.
But then there is a chance of something happening, right? There is a chance of going ahead and not certifying the election. Correct.
Yeah. If the insurrection.
So having that hope, having that hope that Mike Pence would do something would motivate people to try to protest.
Yeah, correct.
I truly believe. Look,
you're describing an insurrection. They would hope that their pressure there would force people like.
No,
Pence
it would be illegal.
It
would be illegal.
It's not legal. It would be illegal.
It would be a
It's not
solution.
It's not
What if
legal.
Where's the language inside?
Real Serious says, how do you feel about what Tim Miller said, that if the Renee shooting was justified, then January 6th likely should have been a bloodbath with more insurrectionists getting shot? Yeah, descriptively true. Now, I don't trust Tim Miller to understand violence at all. So I kind of, he probably means that in the opposite way. He probably means, that's so funny. That's so funny that we mean it in opposite ways. So if Renee Good getting shot is justified, then more insurrectionists should have been shot on January 6th, descriptively. I agree with that. But he's saying that because he wants to say that Renee should not have been shot. Whereas what I'm saying is more insurrectionists could have been justifiably shot on January 6th. Because, by the way, like, immediate threat of death or great bodily harm is just, you have a reasonable belief that either death to yourself or great bodily harm to yourself or others is imminent. And that, dude, I don't know what 500 people baying for blood, slamming on windows, screaming they're going to, hang Mike Pence, breaking windows, busting into places that they know that they're not supposed to legally be. Yeah, 100%. Like, whoever Ashley Babbitt was the one who went through the window, but there was somebody who smashed and went, removed the glass from the window in the first place. Whoever was doing that, if the same cop or a different cop had walked up to the window and put a round into that whoever was breaking the window's chest, I would have said was a good shoot all day, because I think they have a reasonable belief of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves or others, that person is facilitating by being at the head of a riotous, violent mob trying to break into a place they know they're not authorized to be in order to get access to politicians that they have no right to detain. So, yeah. Darth Bandit says, me getting swarmed by 8 protesters who were stealing my equipment. This will be fine. Yeah, so weirdly enough, real serious, I'm happy you brought that up. I agree with Tim Miller descriptively. We're just making it opposite points. He's saying that Renee Good should not have been shot. I'm saying more January 6ers arguably could have been shot. So that's funny. That's funny.
People, if you
one at a time. Hold on, one at a time. Hold on, one at a time.
I need to fix this right here.
I understand, but let Destiny finish, then you can fix it, and then I want to hear from Grid.
Yeah,
that's all.
What you're talking about is an insurrection.
Go ahead.
I'm talking
them unilaterally overthrowing 7 states worth of votes to pick their own electors would be depriving the American people of their right to vote.
But you're not. But you didn't argue with me when I asked if Mike Pence can do that, and that is a legal solution.
Not
If
legally.
Mike,
He cannot legally do it.
He legally cannot.
So he couldn't not certify the election or refuse to certify the election that day.
Correct.
Yeah, this entire argumentation is based off of the Eastman memo. And the Eastman memo is based off of the 1960 something election of JFK. And I'm going to try to describe it, and somebody else can try to correct me if I get any of the details wrong. But Nixon and JFK were running in 60 or 64. I forget which one it was. Sorry, I'm doing shoulder shrugs while I'm talking. Good stuff. So anyways, Hawaii was doing a recount, and they believed, I think they had originally gone for Nixon, but they believed that with a recount, it was going to go to JFK. And so what they did is they said, okay, well, we're going to create a second slate of electors and submit both. And as a result, we think that ultimately what's going to happen is JFK is going to win the recount. And so they'll have both slate of electors, and we want them to take the JFK, but realistically, the Nixon ones have been already certified, and we don't know which ones the Congress is going to choose, right? Well, the reason why the Hawaiian alternate slate of electors was not criminally prosecuted for submitting an alternate slate of electors was because they were correct, and it wasn't outcome determinative. Hawaii only has 4 electoral college votes, I think, maybe even less. And then, so it wasn't outcome determinative. It was not going to do the election. And then also, once the recount was done, JFK was the winner in Hawaii. So Eastman, a lawyer, came up with this entire argumentation that because the vice president was counting the election, because he had to make a choice between the Hawaii slate of electors, that arguably the vice president was not a ceremonial role who simply counts the certified election results, but he actually has the ability to discern between certified results and reject or not reject results from various states. And so what they were calling on Mike Pence to do, which Mike Pence refused to do, that Bill Barr quit because he thought it was such a fucking crazy scheme to begin with, was they wanted Mike Pence to reject the slates of electors that were already certified from the states and say there's ongoing investigations into outcome determinative voter fraud. Therefore, since I am the head of the person who counts the elections, these are rejected and Donald Trump is the winner. Then, if Mike Pence was uncomfortable unilaterally deciding that Donald Trump was the winner, they wanted to put it to the House of Representatives for a vote. And the House of Representatives had a slight Republican majority. And so as a result, the House of Representatives could vote in Donald Trump. And then I think the third option, there was like a third option. There was like a backup. There was the Mike Pence plan. There was the House of Representatives plan. And then there was like a third plan. And I think the third plan was effectively like, we're just going to do it. And then we're going to let them challenge us in court. And you know, we're going to fight it out. But we will have so much institutional momentum that Donald Trump will continue to be able to be president after this date. And once again, DOJ had like 40% of their personnel quit in protest. Bill Barr quit in protest. Mike Pence rejected the plan whole cloth. And then the riot and the protest was the last ditch effort by Donald Trump in order to maintain power. And Enrique Tarrio, the guy in the brown hoodie right now, he was convicted for like 22 years, somebody said in chat. He was convicted of, I think they had an armed quick reaction force. They had like 10 or 20 guys who were off site, who were armed in case things went sideways. And then they also had like, I think he said 50. They had 50 Proud Boys on site who were a part of the riot. And they were some of the first people to break the windows and some of the first people into the Capitol. And so Enrique Tarrio arguing like, oh, well, my guys, they weren't the first into the Capitol. They were the fourth into the Capitol. That actually changes none of the calculus whatsoever. It changes absolutely nothing about what I've said over the past 5 minutes. And realistically, I think what I said earlier, where the Donald Trump sycophants need to admit that they were duped or that they're suspicious that they were being duped, the main reason why they don't do it is because they know that's where their support came from. The January 6ers who have been pardoned, they are supported politically, they are supported financially, they are supported rhetorically by the Trump cult. And so they can't bite the hand that feeds, even though their argumentation makes absolutely no fucking sense. Wasn't it seditious conspiracy? I think so. Yeah, I think it was. I think that's what he got charged with and convicted of and sentenced to 22 years for.
Correct.
Yeah.
And by the way, like I could take into account if that black flag tweet was in November and January 6th was January 6, 2021, and the other one was November 2020. I could say, oh, okay, it's the day of the election. He's being a little bit spicy, whatever. But at the same time, if you say over and over and over again, the country's been stolen, there's outcome determinative election fraud, we have all these lawyers that are working on it, Mike Pence is failing the Republic of the United States by certifying these false elections, then why wouldn't people treat that as an existential threat to the Republic of the United States? And in my opinion, Donald Trump got Ashley Babbitt killed. He may not have pulled the trigger, but he created the political environment in which Ashley Babbitt was shot. So, Donald Trump's going to have to answer for that. If there's a God, he's going to have to answer for that to God, amongst maybe the child rape and a few other things. Sun Patriarch says, you guys be good. I have a meeting in 14 minutes. Same Patriarchs. Thank you for hanging out. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We have smashed through 2 goals today. We got 130 people cross-platform. Liking is free. Engage with chat. There's lots of cool, interesting, funny people there. Super chats, $2, $5, $10. If you got a chip in. It helps out. Everything helps. And then memberships. What happens with the membership is if you get one yourself or if you gift it to another person, then they basically get a question at the end of 30 days and it says, do you want to renew your membership? And so they'll pay $5, $10, whatever a month if they want to let it ride. Whereas if they don't want to do the membership, then they can just cancel the membership. So yeah. Let's go.
Okay. Okay. Well, then if you, but you
Well,
just
to be clear, do you grant them that, Enrique, that not in a legal way, in no legal manner, could Mike Pence certify or not refuse to certify
not
the election?
yes, listen, I give him that.
Okay.
But what I'm
Just wanna make
saying, my argument isn't that. My argument is that people thought, we're getting in the minds of these people, that people thought that Mike Pence was able to not certify the election.
Because
maybe
Trump told
Tim
them.
has more insight if that's able, or maybe he
Well,
disagrees
because Trump
with me
told
there.
them that. Yes, they think that because Trump.
Well, if you guys want to change, I'm happy to change. I know that Enrique Tarrio leaves at about an hour, and people were saying that Dev had a good dunk before he leaves. So I could fast forward to the last like 5 or 10 minutes. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then if you guys want to change up in the next like 10 or 20 minutes or so, we could give World War I or World War debate a shot. But I think that we wouldn't have enough time to do a World War debate segment. But we can take a look. So I kind of leave that up to you. I honestly thought the second half was better. Okay. Well, I just fast forward it. I'll fast forward it 20 minutes or so, and we'll take it from there. Darth Panzer says don't change on my account. Honestly, no, I'm with you because yeah, we'll do World War debate tomorrow. Change to when Josiah shows up. Let me do this though, because I don't want to miss Dev starting the dunk, and I see green lines around Dev, and we're about 20 minutes into it. So I want to see Dev pop off. I want to see the last 10 or 20 minutes of the debate, and then I'll find Josiah. That'll be the content for today, and then we'll do World War debate tomorrow. So there we go.
You literally said that it was Trump who was out there saying that the election was rigged, and he did all of this, and he put it out there. But it wasn't him. It was Fox News. It was CNN. CNN was covering it. I mean, this is dumb, Destiny. And now you're well, Trump didn't do it, but Sidney Powell did it. Well, the Sidney Powell reached
World War debate. I'm not sure who sponsored it, but the Crucible Boys invited a bunch of libs to debate in Atlantic City, and so Kyla, Pisco, Ryan Mulally, and a few other people went up to Atlantic City and they did an IRL debate. So should be fire content.
20 million people? No, Fox News does.
Okay.
And Fox News reported on it. You could have said
Trump was the lie. Dev, go ahead.
So you guys are asking for examples of when Trump himself did it, right? Okay. Do you guys know what happened at the White House on December 19th, 2020?
He met with Sidney. He met with Sidney Powell, Mike Lindell. No, another attorney. Yes, and that night was when he tweeted, "Be there, be wild."
On the 19th, there was a 1-hour meeting between Trump, Eastman, Pence, around 20 people from Congress, and about a dozen senators, where they planned out what they were going to do on January 6th. Everything was laid out in that meeting on December 19th. And by the way, that's the reason why
the first time that they made a story about election interference or potential election fraud. Was that the first time we heard about it?
Not the first time. No. But it was the big.
It wasn't Fox News. It wasn't CNN. It wasn't the BBC. It wasn't any of these other news agencies who were finding irregularities with the election.
For when Trump
there
did it.
wasn't all of these news agencies whose job it is to cover the news who were finding the irregularities, and Trump pointing to it and going, "Hey, we should look into this." That's not what happened.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Then you live in a very special kind of world.
Let Destiny, what did happen?
Reality is people from Trump's group. Remember the Kraken? I know you guys like the mind wipe and memory hole. All the stupid shit these people said.
Oh yeah, I remember the Kraken.
What
is my Kraken? That didn't happen when
evidence of voter fraud, and they presented this to state legislatures and to city councils and on TV and on Trump's fucking social media. And then the media looked into it.
That was months after the story broke in the news. Destiny.
No.
It was literally a month and a half after the first iterations of election fraud. The Kraken wasn't even mentioned. It wasn't mentioned in November right after the election. It was late December when the
Trump
Kraken was
talking
going to be
about fraud
released.
before the election even happened, man.
Yes.
Okay. Here, I have a question for Mr.
I could be
Terry
wrong
over
about that.
there. What's he doing? Is he walking around a lobby?
He's talking to somebody. He's in a lobby.
I don't know what he's doing, man. But ask your,
that's not a green screen. He's in a lobby.
He's actually somewhere. No, give him what you got, Dev. Ask him the question. He's here.
Are you back? Yeah, you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No, I have a question for you because earlier in the debate, you said something along the lines of that Trump didn't tell you to go there and he didn't tell you to do what you did, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I decided to go look this up. I didn't want to say it without confirming it because that's not the kind of guy I am, but I decided to go look it up. You do realize that in your trial, the defense you gave was that Trump told you to go there, right?
Oh no, Dev, no. Officer Dassey, did you see the clip of Gavin McInnes walking up to Grace Thorpe at the debate and harassing her? No, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. All right, let's see how old Enrique wiggles his way out of this one. That would be alarming. Listen, guys, I get it that it's like an understated thing, but like if Enrique Tarrio was saying like, no, nobody encouraged us to do crazy shit. We weren't there to doing crazy shit. We were just cute. We were just kawaii. We were just like, ooh, woo. We were just like hanging out, bro. And then Dev's like, hold on. Part of your criminal defense at trial where you swore under oath, then your defense was that Trump ordered you to do it. All right, let's see how he tries to wiggle out.
No, that was on the closing arguments, and it was very.
It was in the closing arguments. Hold on. Okay, let's give him some time. Let's give him some space. Yeah, it was kind of more like a vibe.
Very clear. If you go ahead and you go through the transcripts of it, we're saying that we were there because of the event at the Ellipse, not because the president told me to stop the certification of the election. Those are two different things.
What your attorney said was Trump told these people that the election was stolen. Trump told them to go there on January 6th, and it was Trump with his speech on January 6th that unleashed this mob on the Capitol. That's what your lawyer said.
Okay, and
I understand the distinction, but I still think that this is self-sweeping from Enrique. Like, dude, you have to own one or the other, okay? Either you genuinely believe that the election was stolen and therefore the republic was dead and it was your right, not even your right, it was your duty as a patriotic American in order to help Donald Trump like pursue true justice on behalf of the republic, or you're an insurrectionist piece of shit who didn't care what the truth was and you just wanted to overthrow the Republic of the United States for your cultist leader. There's really only two options here. The third option of, yeah, I went, but I was just joking, doesn't really work.
If you keep reading through the context of that, he's saying that event being there, right, and switching over to and saying, hey, we're going to go to the Capitol and I'm going to go through and say peacefully and patriotically, made everybody go over there, right? And that's what happened. It was a riot. Look, nobody disagrees. It was a riot. It was a riot that gone bad. But to go and say that it's an insurrection, it's bullshit. Come on, dude. Like things go bad and it went bad. And look, there was a big no. Trump did not.
I get it, man. I get it. Things go bad, but Trump told you.
Trump said on December 19th that there was going to be a rally. I was already at the November one. I was at the December one, and I wasn't going to miss a January one.
Can you answer the question real quick though, Dev? Can you ask it again, just directly? Just I want to get
because Trump did tell you to go there. You did say that.
Trump put together. So Trump put together. Trump said to be there on January.
Come on, bro. It was a fiery but mostly peaceful and patriotic protest, bro.
January 6th. Yes, I was there. I don't think anybody would disagree with.
Cool. Okay.
He put the event together. He didn't tell me to go.
No voices in your head or anything.
Yes, there's no voices in my head telling me. Trump
Also, to
wasn't
be
in my
clear,
head telling me to go
that whole
there.
Kraken thing that started in November. Sidney Powell was fired in December by
Yeah,
Trump.
just
So
real quick.
that whole voter
Jesiah
bullshit
from
started.
Pondering Politics for $10 says a Wick fact checked the fella in the upper right hand corner. Powell publicly talked about releasing the Kraken on November 17th. So there you go.
So if we know that Trump was calling people there at least a month ahead of time, or around a month ahead of time, if we knew that he was telling people that the election had been stolen, that we had to fight like hell or we're going to lose our country, and then he sent a whole bunch of people to the
Because that's what
Capitol,
people believed
and
at the time.
eventually-
Yes, and I still
because he
believe
told them-
that
because he told them yes,
because it's true.
Yes, because he told.
What do you believe?
All right. So what? And then a riot just happens to break out, I guess, since we're saying who could have
Didn't just
possibly
happen
seen
to
that.
break
Well, no,
out.
listen.
no,
a
and
lot of people.
And then a riot breaks out. And then a riot breaks out. Why is it not until after Ashley Babbitt is shot and killed that Donald Trump finally tells people to go home?
You
Why
mean the
was-
person
why
that
was-
you celebrated
Why were him
her
and
death?
Giuliani? Why would he?
Short Stack Goblin says, "What the f is Connor wearing? I'm wearing an ODST helmet, bro. A 3D printed ODST helmet. I'm also going to start working on the armor momentarily."
Him and Giuliani be making phone calls to Congress and telling them to change their electoral certification votes? Why wouldn't Trump call on the national?
Because they believe it was
Immediately?
stolen and that they should. That's called lobbying. It happens every fucking day.
So it
Yes,
was an
you
insurrection.
lobby
Okay.
somebody
It was an
to
insurrection.
change their vote.
Lobbying
Welcome
somebody-
to Congress. Why
lobbying
is there a
somebody
whip?
to
Why
change
is
their
there a
vote
whip
into
in
presence of
Congress?
mass
Why is there a
violence when
whip
it has
in
to do with
somebody
the
that
official
counts
government
votes?
proceeding? It's
It
called
makes
an
no sense.
insurrection. You're just
It
defining
makes no
insurrection
sense.
in
It's
other
like you don't
words.
know how the
Why
fuck
don't you
this thing
own it?
works,
You
and
should
you're
own
so
it.
retarded
You told me
because
to
you know
own it.
exactly how it
You're a
works,
fucking
and you're
pussy. You're
playing the
such a
fucking
loser, dude.
part. You're
Just
fucking.
own it. You
You're
thought
an
that you
idiot.
thought the election was stolen. You guys showed up.
Yes, I did think, and the election was stolen. Period. The election was stolen. Period. Period. By you people. By you people. You people stole the election. That's it. That's what it is. You promoted the Steele dossier. You went ahead and you fucking went ahead and you demonized Trump supporters for so fucking long. And then
there will be order in this court. There will be order in
I'm
this
happy.
court.
In any of the cases,
Okay,
any
Dev,
of them, you
Dev,
lost
hold on.
every single.
Ask the
fucking case.
judge. Ask the judge.
Order in the court.
$10 from Ace Chrome Cheetah to say kind of ironic, since for Tario, I'm sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing your name. Forgive me. For Tario to accuse Destiny of simping for the Justice Department, since there's evidence that he had been an informant for federal and local law enforcement. Were you an
That is
informant
correct.
for federal and local law enforcement?
Yes, I took down an entire sex trafficking ring in 2013. Yes, I put 30 people in fucking prison because they were a bunch of fucking pedophiles and sex traffickers. And if anybody has a problem with that, then I tell you what they're protecting, right? They're protecting fucking pedophiles and sex traffickers. So yes, I am very proud that I put 30 fucking people in prison and 2 of them are serving life terms. And I do it again. And every time that I find somebody that does some type of sexual assault shit or some sex crimes, like my buddy up there, Destiny, we'll put them in prison. And you know what happens to people like Destiny in prison? It's not nice. It's not nice. It's not nice.
I think you're misunderstanding, by the way.
You got 2 fucking civil lawsuits out there. You better hope you never go to prison. You know what they do to sex offenders in prison?
When they say 36, probably shit that you enjoy, I'm sure. When they said that 36 feds then were at the January 6th insurrection, you would have been counted among those, right? If you would have actually stayed overnight?
I mean, I guess if you want to count me in there, yes. But I did not inform. I went to trial. I did not inform on anybody on January 6th. You know what I did? I strapped my fucking balls in and I sat there with my fucking brothers and I went to trial and I got offered a sweetheart deal to lie about the president and I took 22 in the face. And you'd never do that for any of your friends. You'd fucking throw them under the bus.
You did the Roger Stone
You'd throw them under the bus first
shut.
chance
You
you
didn't
get.
say shit. That's crazy. So did you just admit that you had?
Dan Winkler says, "What is that guy's name? The hat guy that looks like a January 6th criminal influencer dude?" No, that is the January 6th criminal influencer dude. It's Enrique Tarrio. ENRIQUE space TARRIO. In order to give you guys some context, just in case anybody's coming in, Enrique Tarrio is a gentleman who so Gavin McInnes started the Proud Boys. The other one, I don't know the other one. The other one somebody said was an unironic Nazi. I have no idea who that guy is. But Enrique, so Gavin McInnes was a guy who helped found Vice News and Vice, which were media companies that went overseas and actually did some pretty decent work in the late thousands, early tens, and they became like a pretty recognizable, strong brand. Well, I think Gavin McInnes got bought out and pushed out of Vice by Sean something like that. There's the guy that everybody knows who's kind of like, he's a little bit thick. He's got a beard. He kind of looks like the Marvel guy, except for he doesn't have curly hair. I forget the Marvel guy's name, but there's a guy who's like responsible for Sliders and for Marvel, Jon Favreau. He kind of looks like a almost as fat but more muscular Jon Favreau with straight hair instead of curly hair. That's the guy who's been in charge of Vice for the last 10 years, and I think ran the company into the ground. So Vice as a brand has been run into the ground, but it actually carried some social cachet for the past 10 years. Gavin McInnes created his own media company, but he also created the Proud Boys, which he viewed as an anti-Antifa libertarian militia. They didn't always carry weapons. I don't think they often carried weapons, but they went in yellow and black polos, yellow and black hats. Yeah, Shane Smith. There you go. They wore like a uniform, and it was basically their job in order to go to pro-Republican, pro-free speech protests and get into fights with Antifa. So let me show you real quick and see if it's Shane Smith. Shane Smith, Vice. Yeah, Vice. Here we go. So I'm being a little bit rude to Shane Smith and to Jon Favreau. I'm like stereotyping like fat guys from the Northeast. But this to me, if you'll consult your screen, Shane Smith has a giant tattoo and he's kind of like, you can tell that he's strong, but he's also kind of fat. And this gives me the same vibes as Jon Favreau cooking movie, where like, yeah, he's like a little bit fat or whatever, but he's also like covered in tattoos, and you probably wouldn't want to fist fight him. Yeah, Bert Kreischer type. Yeah, Bert Kreischer. Like, you know that they're fat and they probably have no cardio, but you also wouldn't want to fist fight them because they would just take their meaty fucking paws and beat you to death with their meaty paws. I get that vibe from Bert Kreischer, Shane Smith, and Jon Favreau. Okay. And so they're all in that build category. But anyways, Gavin McInnes, weirdly enough, founded the Proud Boys. And then the Proud Boys got into a fight in New York, and they were criminally charged under RICO. So they used a criminal organizational statute meant for breaking up the mob in order to attack the Proud Boys. And effectively what they told Gavin McInnes, according to him, is that if you don't walk away and disavow the organization, we are going to treat you as the figurehead of a criminal enterprise, and we are going to go extra hard against you and everyone who's a member of the Proud Boys organization, including the people who we are prosecuting in New York again, or right now. And so, analyzing the utilitarian good, Gavin McInnes took a step back from the Proud Boys, and then Enrique Tarrio took over. And Enrique Tarrio, I think, is a Miami-based South or Central American guy, first or second generation immigrant, but he is pretty hostile to communists. And he was a Trump simp and participated in the January 6th insurrection. And like I said, was convicted of seditious conspiracy for 22 years. And he was pardoned by Donald Trump. And so that's kind of what we're fighting about as well. Chubby Point strikes again. How? Why? Because I'm eating delicious puppy chow lemon cookies, or because I'm referring to a series of fat men as all the same person? Oh, real serious is no offense, but I think Shane Smith looks more like you than he looks like Jon Favreau. Yes. And Kavarix the Black says, I'm sorry I'm behind. Did Tarrio just admit to being a child sex trafficking informant for the FBI? Yes. He just said that he had friends who were involved in, or associates or something. He had some associates who were involved in some kind of like criminal trafficking sex ring, and he snitched on all of them and got them serious time. So, yeah.
stuff that you could have given about Donald Trump or Roger Stone or whoever the fuck.
I don't know. I thought you were versed in all of this. I thought you were versed in all of this. I thought you were the professional. You read shit on the internet, right? Yes, they try to make me fucking lie. Yes, yes, yes. You know what? I hope one day that you get persecuted for your fucking views and you go to prison because people like you don't survive prison. People like you don't survive prison.
Because I'm too fucking retarded to not fall for fake news on.
Unfortunately, I said this to Grassroots Henchman the other day in reference to German people. The listen, I love libs. You know, half of my audience is libs, right? But I think that if I had to bet on my survival in an apocalypse situation or a prison situation, I'm siding with the chuds. Like all day, because no offense, like maybe like 2 or 3 of you could survive like hardcore, like rape, murder, prison. I think 70% of you would fold like towels. You would fall apart like wet tissue paper. So no offense. Like I want to hang out with you guys. I want to build a civilization with you. I want to do cool things and, you know, smoke J's and paint Warhammer miniatures and roll dice and talk about the science fiction future with you. I want to do that. But if we're going to prison, then I'm going to hang out with my chud buds.
Put them inside your mouth and you'll be found in the shower.
Yeah, I'm sure that you'd be going to prison.
You'll be found in the shower.
Hold on, we gotta take it from 11. We gotta bring it down to like an 8. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Okay. So I want my channel. When you want 11 again.
I want my channel to remain monetized. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I kind of want to ask what you just said, because you mentioned that you monetized.
Go ahead, Dev. Go ahead, Dev, please.
You had put away some pedophiles in 2013, which you got, good job, by the way. Fair enough. With that being said, why do you still support Trump, considering that he's obviously in the Epstein files?
This is a red herring. What the fuck? Let's get back to the topic. Dev or Destiny, can either of you guys answer, like, out of the thousands of people that showed up that day, can you prove that?
Well, that would have been a great topic. Come on, man. That's a dodge. That's a dodge. What do Jews do in prison? I think they pretend to be Hispanic or white, depending on how swarthy they are.
They were all there because Trump directed them there. Do you have any proof of that?
Because I got a whole lot of proof. A lot of people were talking about the election being stolen and didn't need Trump to tell them shit.
How could we possibly prove that? What kind of proof are you looking for?
There you go.
That's your allegation. Hold on. You made the
Sorry,
claim.
guys, I'm back. I got disconnected.
Well, so if a guy were to say, I want 10 people to come to my house tomorrow night.
Okay. I thought I was being spicy by saying that Jews would pretend to be Hispanic or white depending on how swarthy they were. Sacred Snow went crazy, and then he said that if a Jewish person goes to prison, they run the commissary. That is wild. I half disavow. That's pretty funny.
Answer my question.
I'm answering you, fucking retard. Let me finish
let
speaking,
Destiny
okay?
respond.
No, that's not an answer. That's not a fucking answer. Ask
If
if
I
you
say,
have proof, it's yes or no. You get yes or no.
Hey, shut the fuck up and let me finish. If I say 10 people come to my house tomorrow, and 10 people show up at my house, maybe 11 or 12, maybe somebody brings a friend, and you say, can you prove, better than 10 dudes come into your mouth, you disgusting fuck, okay? You're telling me that I can't prove, how am I supposed to prove that every single person that showed up was there because of shit? Maybe on
let him answer the, hold on.
Right?
Let him respond to your question,
okay?
And then
let
you can
answer
respond.
The question, okay? Let me ask the question. It's not crazy. I know it sucks. Dealing in the world of fact is hard for you motherfuckers, okay? How are you possibly supposed to prove that every single person shows up because, like, Donald Trump, he announced the event and people showed up for the event and he was a speaker for the event, and then they went there protesting under his name? I think it's safe to say that the vast majority of them, 99%, showed up because of him.
Is that an unreasonable?
But I didn't. Hold on. My invitation did not say insurrection.
Just real quick.
My invitation said, "Hey, come to a rally."
Just real quick. I want to make sure Kung Fu Joe, did that answer your question? Why or why not?
Fuck no.
Okay.
No, it didn't. That's a total fucking
Well,
dodge.
you know what?
In that case, Renee Good deserves to get
I asked you very straightforward.
Kung Fu Joe, I'll answer for you.
Right, Destiny?
I'll give you
because your people are hyping up this whole ICE thing. So by your own account, Renee Good, it was good that she got shot in the face, that she deserved it, right?
Why would I say that?
Because of how you framed everything right now is, well, the president told everybody to go there, but he never pointed at anybody. But now you're demonizing ICE, and now the same thing happened on the other side.
God, I wish I was there. I wish I was there. I would have been like, yep. Renee got killed under the current escalations of force that are legal standards in the United States, but also by that very same legal standard, cops in the Capitol should have butchered dozens more January 6ers. I would have owned it. I would have owned it.
Because you said the same thing about Ashley Babbitt. You said the same thing about Ashley Babbitt.
Was trying
so you
to
know
break
what?
into a
So you know
area
what?
Where there were congressmen at the other end of the hallway.
Well, Renee Good tried to run over an ICE agent, and she got popped in the face.
She was trying to escape the scene. It's very obvious.
She got popped in the face 4 times for trying to run over.
Right? Very obvious.
All right, I'm going to let them run. It is getting spicy. Unless there's like a specific moment, though, it does feel like everybody's kind of getting like anarchic. And I kind of want to find Josiah. I want to see I want Josiah to come in and throw some elbows. So I'm going to let it play, but I'm going to let Josiah.
She wasn't even armed. At least the other one was armed with a fucking Honda.
Babbitt was trying to get away from an Antifa member named Zachary Alam. That's why she punched him in the face before going through the window.
That's really?
Yeah, really. His name is Zachary Alam. Yeah, he was an Antifa member. He broke the window that she crawled through. She was trying to get away from him.
And she was forced the entire way. I heard there were 3 Antifa people that carried her all the way to the front of that protest, and they were all pushing her through that window. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. How many Antifa? It's so crazy that we've got thousands of different angles of video footage and everything else, and the best thing you could do is this Zach dude and Ray Epps. It's crazy how many instigators there were that just aren't on camera for some reason. It's crazy that Enrique Tarrio here never mentioned anything about an instigator forcing the Proud Boys to go there. Isn't that kind of weird? Kind of crazy, huh?
You can stop freaking out, and I can address the Antifa thing. Landon Copeland, an Antifa member, he actually gave a signed confession saying there were hundreds of Antifa there that he met with before.
Who?
Landon Copeland.
No, who the fuck asked retard? This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That's so mean. That's so mean. Who? Answers earnestly. No, who asked? So rude. So rude. Okay, I'm going to jump to Josiah. No offense. I appreciate them throwing bows. I'm happy. Okay, so let me summarize it so far. Let me see if I can summarize it. Enrique Tarrio wants us to hold the cognitive dissonance that simultaneously the people who participated in January 6th were listening to Trump, believing the election was stolen, the republic was over, Vice President Mike Pence had the right to do what Trump wanted them to do. And so as a result, it was peacefully and patriotically go to the Capitol, pressure Mike Pence in order to vacate the votes because we have all these fraudulent things going on. And, the vice president has the not just symbolic authority over the election, he has true authority. Short Fat Otaku says, no, you'll miss my Maglocks throwback. All right, SFO, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. Quick show, though, okay? We've smashed 2 goals. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We do have 1 more goal up and running right now, and we got 45 minutes left on it. So if you got super chats or memberships to share, please do so. Also, bear in mind, I'm going to be live tomorrow, and that's when I'm live on my home channel, and that benefits me a little bit more. Yeah, Short Fat Otaku says, wait, I'll get the timestamp. Okay, get the timestamp. Okay.
To the Capitol.
So you were there because of Trump.
No.
I was there because I wanted to have the protest. But I understand.
Didn't you spend 40 fucking minutes like joining with your teammates saying that there was like multifarious reasons why people were there that had nothing to do with
multifaceted, not multifarious. Boom, you misspoke, Josiah.
Well, hold on. You're being a little disingenuous. I'm not one of those people. I named some people who went there to protest COVID or to have a sit-in or anything like that. But I went there because I wanted to have a protest, and that's what my phone video shows.
And what were you protesting?
I believe that I was protesting a stolen election.
So you were worried about election integrity. All right. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're trying to rewrite reality in real time.
I think you're imputing motives that don't exist.
My question to you is, if you're so concerned about election integrity and you just explained that was why you were there, have you ever been concerned about election integrity in any election other than 2020, like the elections that Trump won? Or do you think voter fraud only exists in elections where Trump loses?
Yeah, Bush Gore is a good example, but I was too young
Bush
to
Gore
vote.
is
So it didn't affect me.
great example.
Okay, that's great. That was what 24 years ago. I'm asking about Trump. Ever since Trump has been in play, he won in 2020.
I don't have to worry about it because literally every single time Trump runs for anything, people are going to.
I'm not talking to you, asshole. I'm talking to Tim. Hey, sweetheart. I'm talking to Tim.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Spicy, Josiah. All right, 21212. SFO says he has a sweet moment. So we're gonna go to 21130, and we'll take it from there.
I cursed off police on the outside after they were spraying people. I said, the revolution won't be televised, cunt. Yeah, I did.
Okay. And then were you telling other people to continue going into the Capitol?
Think I was talking about an actual revolution, or you think I was referencing something from the civil rights era?
Were you challenging other people to go into the building?
No, I didn't challenge people to go into the building. What does that even mean? No.
Encouraging people to go into the building, asking people to go into the building, telling people to advance on the Capitol? No?
Well, that came from an NCIS recording where I was talking shit drunk a week after the fact to my friend, who I thought was my best friend, but NCI strapped a wire on. I was talking shit. That didn't happen.
Okay. But you just were in 2 minutes after the breach, walking around with a flag, making statements to Capitol Police saying things like a revolution won't be televised.
By the way, this is why telling the truth is so much easier, guys. Can I just remind you of the Mark Twain quote? The reason why I never lie is that way I don't have to remember anything. This guy has to remember what actually happened, what he's been recorded as saying by an informant around him, what he's told his lawyer, what he is allowed to say publicly that won't get him into further trouble. You understand, just like saying the truth is a lot easier than any of that shit. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth and live as though everybody knows what you're doing, right?
I was on the outside towards the scaffolding where a cop was mocking me and making mocking gestures towards me because.
So you were already outside on the scaffolding. So you were near all of the initial breaching, and you had no idea that you guys weren't supposed to be there. So there was a cop outside on the scaffolding where you knew people, and then you went in through the crowd and into the building.
That's near the initial breaching. It was not near the initial breaching. Yeah, it's crazy that you can't listen. I wasn't near the initial breaching.
Crazy that you were so close to all of the no clue. You were just being carried along with the crowd. It's insane.
I do have just one question for you. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I say now. You should tell the truth. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Now I can't believe that. Yeah.
True. Watching too much South Park, bud.
Tim, I have one question. This is just for me personally. Okay. What are the strength of the maglock doors in the Capitol building?
So I actually know where you're going with this, and you're actually right. I actually did some prep on this. I watched your previous debates. Those doors are, there may be some magnetic element to it, but yes, I know that it's a fire lock. If you push it, yeah. If you push onto those doors and you hold on to them, they'll open up. That's not.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
I would say to provide some other context, the man who does that, I'm not alluding to him being some fed or anything. He's a man named George Tenney, and he was in a previous stream I've seen you guys on. It was alleged that he was probably talking to another rioter. He was actually talking to Capitol Police on the level above. There's a crosswalk above, and we don't.
So, Dev, I want to let this cook, but has it been asserted in previous debates and conversations that there's no way that people could have gotten in because the maglock was, just impossible to breach, and yet what had happened was if you actually hold on to the door, because I think I know what you're talking about. So it's basically like a double door with a push bar. And so if you push it, then it's locked. But if you push and hold, then it takes 5 seconds and then it auto unlocks. Is that it?
I don't have the audio, but in George Tenney's trial testimony, he says that he was speaking to the police and they informed him on how to open that door. And there is CCTV, again, no audio, showing one of the white shirt officers right in that same area. So that did happen. I agree, though, and you are correct. Magnetic thing, that was some early, I'm not going to say disinformation, but that was an early rumor. Even my lawyer believed that. My lawyer represented one of the Oath Keepers as well. So that was something that people believed. It's not a real good talking point, though. It's not really relevant.
Well, yeah, I mean, it came from the Twitter account called Swank for America, who was a lawyer for the Oath Keepers. So that guy probably just made it up and then it spread around. But
SFO says, yeah, there was a 7-hour huge debate on Destiny's channel previously, and like 2 hours of it was spent arguing Maglocks with Artemis because it became a DGG meme. Actually, you were on that panel, but you left before the Maglocks bit. Yeah, guys, this is where I really want, if there's any Trump sympathetic or MAGA sympathetic people in my audience, I know there's probably only 2 or 3 of you, but once you have a debunked talking point, let's say that there is something that is just like critical to the line of argumentation. And so, like, for instance, the Maglocks, like, oh, it was a Capitol police officer who let us in because the Maglocks are not capable of being overridden. They're very difficult, blah, 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 blah. But then somebody says, no, actually, you can just press and hold this button for 5 seconds. And then the, see you, Darth Panzer, have a good one. So, anyways, no, actually it was incredibly easy. And we actually have this video of these people who are breaking in, right? Then at that point, if you're a viewer, because somebody is pointing out that oftentimes with MAGA supporters, they'll just pivot to the next talking point. That has to create some level of cognitive dissonance where if your political tribe is talking confidently about a talking point that then's disproven, that should invite more scrutiny from you when you're evaluating information. And this is the same thing with like liberals, for instance, or whatever. No offense, parasocial love, et cetera, et cetera. But what I find oftentimes with the DGG people, or with Josiah, even with Josiah's audience, oftentimes what happens is they're like, oh, well, MAGA is worse. Therefore, liberals never do anything wrong. They don't use hyperbole and they don't lie when it's convenient for political ends. And that's just not true. And so you have to apply the same level of scrutiny and criticism that you do to the political tribe that you're hostile against to your own political tribe so you can smell the bullshit. And even I'm guilty of obviously like bias where if something is convenient to my narrative, maybe I don't check it out as hard. Maybe I don't check it out as hard as I normally do, which is totally true. But I still think that you have to keep that skeptical mindset. Yeah, Fast and Bulbous says my side is correct all the time and your side is faking gay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to let this play out like another minute, and then I'm going to flip over to Josiah being pissy because Josiah, he stopped participating in the live stream and the debate format, but I think that he's been putting out 3 to 5 anti-Trump videos for like 2 years. So he has so much repressed anger and frustration that I actually want to see him get triggered and get pissed off.
Are you claiming that the person that he was talking to above was actually like a Capitol police? Was he the insider? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the police officer's the insider?
Is he there? Hello?
Broke up there. You said, was he what?
Froze. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I
Are you claiming that like the police officer who was on the level above talking down to him, he was the inside job guy that was letting him in?
It was no. Well, it was a woman. I'm not claiming that. George Tenney claimed that in his trial, and CCTV corroborates that there was a woman there. And then if you look at it, yeah, I mean, it does look like that. He's not able to do it. You know, oh, what's the do? He points up, he talks to someone, and then suddenly after that, he knows how to open the door, even though granted there's a sign there. So yeah.
All right, got it. Maglock point is debunked. Moving up to Josiah getting pissed.
You're confused. I went there because I thought it would be my last opportunity to see Trump speak in a public speech. Either it would be his last.
You
speech
said the reason you thought that you were getting shot at and hit with like pepper spray and bullets and shit was because you're MAGA and you were demanding election integrity.
Yeah. Okay. And that happened after the fact.
So if you were demanding election integrity, when did you ever demand election integrity about any state ever won by Trump in any election? He's run for president 3 times.
Yeah. So I went there after the fact. I didn't know there was going to be any event at the Capitol. I went there after I went to the Ellipse. I didn't intend to go to the Capitol at all. I went there in a suit and tie. I intended to hear a speech.
Yeah. So when President Trump told you to go to the Capitol, that's when you went to the Capitol.
Yeah, after I heard that we're going to peacefully march to the Capitol.
So you were there because of Trump.
Well, I was there because I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to have the protest. But I understand.
Didn't you spend 40 fucking minutes like joining with your teammates, saying that there was like multifarious reasons why people were there?
Multivariable or multifaceted? Josiah misspoke. Boom. Get out of here, Josiah. I'm a better YouTuber than you. You misspoke.
Had nothing to do with
Well,
Trump.
hold on. You're being a little disingenuous. I'm not one of those people. I named some people who went there to protest COVID or to have a sit-in or anything like that. But I went there because I wanted to have a protest, and that's what my phone video shows.
And what were you protesting?
I believe that I was protesting a stolen election.
So you were worried about election integrity.
SFO says, by the way, I can DM you the after debate convo if you want. I have the timestamp in Destiny's mod. Bro, if you just want to call real quick, I mean, we're hitting 4 hours. I was probably going to wrap up in the next little bit, but if you wanted to yap, we could yap. If you don't want to yap, that's not a problem. I'll just keep watching content for a bit.
All right, so I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're trying to rewrite reality in real time.
I think you're imputing motives that don't
So
exist.
my question to you is, if you're so concerned about election integrity, and you just explained that was why you were there, have you ever been concerned about election integrity in any election other than 2020, like the elections that Trump won? Or do you think voter fraud
Bush Gore
exists in elections where Trump loses?
Yeah, Bush Gore is a good example, but I was too young
Bush
to
Gore
vote.
is
So it didn't affect me.
great example.
Okay.
I'll see you in a bit, SFO. What's just out of curiosity, what's the topic today?
Okay, that's great. That was what, 24 years ago. I'm asking about Trump. Ever since Trump has been in play, he won in 2020.
I don't have to worry about it because literally every single time Trump runs for anything, people are going to.
I'm not talking to you, asshole. I'm talking to Tim. Hey, sweetheart. I'm talking to Tim.
I don't give a
Tim.
fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, I just got owned again. Apparently, multivarious is a word. I'm going to pretend it's not, though.
Listen, no one cares about you.
Real Serious says, have you seen Sargon of Akkad's? See you, buddy. See you. I'll probably actually wrap up in a minute. That way my guys can go check out your shit. But have you seen Sargon of Akkad's video on Warhammer? No, I haven't. Tell me more.
Hey, listen, go back to fucking your sister, okay? Listen, Tim, I'm asking you.
Listen here, cousin fucker.
Spicy Josiah.
Why don't you go back to where the fuck
were you
from?
concerned about election integrity in any state or election won
Nobody
by
gives a
Trump?
shit, asshole.
Tim.
Again, nobody gives a shit.
Tim, do you want somebody to answer for you?
What was the question? The same question? About fucking...
Yes, it's the same question. And what Josiah is getting at is the fact that you've never cared about election integrity until Trump called it out. Then you haven't come up with election integrity as a problem in any other aspect than what is advantageous to Trump. And if you thought about it for more than 3 seconds, then you should realize it's weird to only care about a principled issue when it only affects your team. And it's hypocritical. Rob says, Connor, if you're basing correct, you're on my side. And if you're lame and wrong, you're not. It's so clear. I mean, oftentimes. SFO says, if you're ending a bit, then fast forward to the final 5 minutes to get out epic dunks at the end. It was hilarious. Okay, let me see Josiah being spicy for a little bit longer before we do that.
Yes. Have you ever been concerned about election integrity in any state or election won by Trump? So 2016, 2024?
I mean, the one time Tim was able to vote for Trump.
Officer Nasty says, link to the ICE porta potty video in the Discord. It's only 30 seconds long if you wanted to watch before dipping to save another day. I mean, yeah, we could deal with that tomorrow. What happens? He goes in with the female prisoner and the female prisoner pees, or does he sexually abuse the female prisoner?
What does voting have to do with being concerned about election integrity?
Sorry, I've paused like 7 times in the past 2 minutes. Real Serious says, Connor, he put out a 2-minute video 2 days ago about 40K basically becoming more popular because it's one of the last bastions of conservatism and masculinity in media that hasn't become woke. I haven't watched all of it, but it may be good content. Realistically, bro, he's going to be so disappointed, man. He's going to be so disappointed. I'm kind of disappointed because the amount of animation quality that they put into the Stormcast Eternals narrative that has principally female characters or whatever, they could have put that into a Warhammer 40K plot line and it would have been fantastic. And then same thing with that they're just like obviously emphasizing female characters where it's like 50-50. And it seems weird. It's like 90% of the people who are into this hobby are dudes. 90% of the people who are into this hobby are into Space Marines. Why do we have to like consistently watch like female protagonists like all the time. It's kind of annoying. But what I would say is I am looking forward to the Sisters of Battle series. It's probably going to be good. They're probably going to take the same animation quality that they applied to Pariah Nexus, and they're going to apply it to a exclusive Sisters of Battle series, and I think it's actually going to be really good. So it'll be woke because it's all women. It'll be good because it's going to be good animation quality and good violence. I digress.
I can list some other examples of like.
No, Gibbs, I'm not fucking with you because listen, I'm sure you're more principled than this guy. I'm testing.
I don't know why you would believe that, Josiah, but okay.
This guy's principled. Yeah, this guy doesn't give a fuck about election integrity. To him, election integrity means Trump lost and it must have been stolen.
Josiah, just to be clear, this guy is like actually an avowed white supremacist. They found Mein Kampf and the Turner Diaries in his house. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, this guy's like straight up.
I don't know what that means because we know he probably can't fucking read it. He can't even answer questions.
He's actually dodging the questions, to be clear. Like, he is a dumb.
Oh, obviously, because he knows
he's playing very coy right now. Like, he's like, oh,
yes,
I thought they were shooting us because they hated us.
It's an auto loss. That's why he's not answering. I understand.
Okay, Tim, do you have any questions for
dishonorable discharge, Tim?
Do you have any questions for Josiah? Because he's asked some questions to you. I think it's only fair that you get to ask some questions to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, no, I mean, the last thing I said, oh, you talking to me or to Grid?
Tim, you can talk to Josiah. Yeah, you can ask questions to him now if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I always care about, I always want a election that's good. I mean, but I mean, what do you ask me if I went to protest against Trump when he won and I agreed that he won?
No. I wasn't asking. No. Listen, and maybe you didn't hear me. I'll try again. I didn't ask if you protested any other elections. You said that you were concerned about election integrity. Okay. A principled person genuinely concerned about election integrity would probably have those concerns in every fucking election. But what we all know is that Trump supporters don't care about so-called election integrity as long as they get their preferred outcome. So my presumption is, as long as Trump wins, you think, oh, fuck, perfect election. We don't need to do audits or ask questions because my guy won. When your guy loses, then it's a stolen election, a rigged election, a fraudulent election, and then you're deeply concerned about election integrity. I was trying to probe the principle behind your concern, which I don't think you have. I think you are.
No, you say it's kind of funny that the Sisters of Battle are right there, but apparently the most popular factions with women are Tyranids and Death Guard. What do you mean Death Guard, bro? Tyranids have some female-coded bug monsters. Tau have female. Death Watch are male Space Marines. Death Guard are Chaos male Space Marines. So I don't know who you're referring to. Yeah, Tyranids. Tyranids have a bioform. They're basically the bugs from Starship Troopers. I know this is totally off topic, but frankly, I feel like I've just been aping content for a while. But no. A Tyranid is a giant bug monster that eats everything on a planet. The Nurgle worshippers. The Nurgle worshippers have a bunch of girl-coded stuff. What are you talking about? Or are you just saying that girls disproportionately play Nurgle? I don't know what you're talking about. What is this interruption? It's me getting bored because I've just been stealing content for the past 2 hours. Because frankly, what am I like? All I've done, just in case you guys didn't notice, all that happened was we watched this content, and then I went to, maybe Destiny's going a little bit hard, and I want to hear what Enrico Tario has to say. Okay, Enrique Tario said something that was really stupid. That's what happened. So that's all that happened. Yeah. Slurping up content like the Rotfather slurps up my pain. Okay. Oh, the most popular female faction's a Tyranid faction. Oh, I don't know. Girls are insane. And somebody said this earlier. Females love crime involving serial killers. And so maybe they just really, really, really like serial killing manifest. All right. Anyways, I do want to hear Josiah bullying a little bit more, and then I want to fast forward to the last 5.
Outcome oriented. Trump wins, election good. Trump loses, election bad.
I think we get the point. He's just gonna bully this guy repeatedly and say he has no principles as long as his team is winning, and that guy's gonna be like, no, I have principles, and then he's gonna be like, okay, so how do you apply your principles? He's gonna be like, I don't know, And that's going to be the entire conversation. No offense, but like politics at this point is actually filled with people who have the IQ, historical understanding, geopolitical understanding of economics of people in the 5th grade. So like they could be middle schoolers next year, but realistically they have the IQ, world knowledge, historical knowledge, geopolitical knowledge. They have that of somebody who's graduating the 5th grade. And that's actually being mean to 5th graders. So let's just check out the last 5 minutes of dunks.
Close this out.
I think the January 6th website was atrocious, incredibly dishonest, but totally in character with Trump. I think that the MAGA arguments here were predictably terrible. It was really painful watching you guys struggle with the Nancy Pelosi National Guard thing. That it was gut-wrenching to see you struggle with that. But I'm glad we all agreed that the Speaker of the House is not in the chain of command with the National Guard. And whether you like it or not, yes, it would have been incredibly redeeming. If not, totally redeeming if we had evidence that he ordered the National Guard to be deployed when he wanted.
Jamestown Sassacre says, need more educated folks with well thought out positions like misfit patriot praising hands. Nice.
Watch the riot unfold or made any actual attempt as commander-in-chief to suppress the insurrection, but he didn't because he wanted it to happen. And that's nobody's fault but his. So he bears the primary moral and executive responsibility. And yeah, it's a real shame that justice was not really served in January 6th. I think it's a big stain on this country. But yeah, good listening to you guys. And Wick, you made a shit ton of money today, I'm sure.
I did.
God bless him.
And 50% of it came from me. So and my rage spending. So
I do appreciate the donations. It's nice to see you again. I miss you on the panel.
Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
And stuff, man. So it's nice to have you jump in every once in a while. So thank you for being here.
You should come back.
Yeah. But just real quick before I let the rest go, if you enjoy this content, like, subscribe. On Monday, we're having Loner Box, we're having Jebtan, we're having Non-Smoker, and we're having Counterpoints on to debate the.
Let's go. Oh, matter of fact, let's rewind that a couple of seconds so we can do it. Tonight, 6 p.m. EST, I shall be back for a debate. I want to hear who the libs are.
But just real quick before I let the rest go, if you enjoy this content, like, subscribe. On Monday, we're having Loner Box, we're having Jebtan, we're having Non-Smoker, and we're having Counterpoints on to debate the shooting of the.
Which I'm like pro shooting people in the face. So Non-Smoker is the person who's going to be for the protesters. Somebody remind me if I'm incorrect. I thought Non-Smoker was the redheaded Jim bro, MAGA bro. Am I forget? No. Is Non-Smoker the communist? Non-Smoker might be the communist. Yeah, I'll be streaming it on my channel for sure. I think Non-Smoker is the communist. Uh-oh. So we have Ooh, yep. I was mistaking who it was. Okay. So it's going to be Loner, who I expect to be sane. It's going to be the hardcore communist who I expect to not be sane. He's a nice guy. He's smart, but I do not expect him to be sane. And then Jebtan and I, we've already discussed it. We're on the same team. Uh-oh. It's either going to be incredibly chill because everybody's actually not R-slurred, or it's going to be incredibly spicy if Mr. Kami comes out the gate super hard. So, what is the topic? The Minnesota shooting. Call W says, I have D&D tonight, so I'll need to catch the VOD. No problems. Let me share something else with you. I reconnected with some friends that I haven't been able to hang out with for the past 2 to 3 years. And they are huge into D&D, and I was kind of getting them into the Expanse and into Warhammer 40K. So I'm going to try to obviously get them into my shit, but they're going to try to get me into their shit. And I was like, damn, I kind of want to do like RPG, like D&D style RPG stuff and or Warhammer battle reports. I kind of want to do that on the Counterpoints channel. I obviously have, or 40K channel. I obviously have way too many things going on, but that's not to say that we can't squeeze it in somewhere. Yeah, Send Patriarch says you need to do some D&D or Expanse TTRPG. That's what I'm thinking. I'll be live. I'll be live tonight. Yeah, Officer Nasty says, imagine wanting your friends to be so broke that you would get them into 40K. I know, he's an engineer. He can afford it. So, all right, anyways.
ICE.
Sorry.
Or the ICE agent shooting of the woman. So check that out. It's going to be 6 p.m. Tim, please give us what you got to close this out.
Well, thank you. I don't do this very often. I really appreciate you having me on, Wick. I appreciate the invitation grid. I prepared for a different kind of debate with different bullet points and stuff, so I'm not going to burn through all that. But I think that January 6th has another side to it that most people are not familiar with. I'd like to see more debates like this, and there's a lot more video, obviously, that we're not going to diarrhea out onto the audience. But yeah, I'm always happy to share that kind of video. And yeah, check me out on X, Lewis of Monmouth. Yeah, thank you for having me on. I appreciate the debate. And
yeah, Blood Monkeys United says Sargon of Akkad posted a new weird The Imperium of Man is base video. Yeah, maybe you're the second person to mention it, so maybe we should break that down tomorrow. We will for sure do World War debate tomorrow. Maybe I'll add that into the docket as well.
Keep in touch with yourselves.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure. And I'll add your stuff to the YouTube description when I get a chance. Next up, it's Kung Fu Joe, the tracksuit guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Wick, for hosting this. Want to thank Dev and Destiny for giving their time to the panel today, as well as my fellow conservatives here. I may have had a bit of a different position than some of you guys, but I think one thing we could all take from this and maybe agree on is I'm kind of glad that people like Dev and Destiny have decided to become completely politically ineffective by whinging on years later about January 6th. It's
Try to overthrow the Republic, you C words. I won't say the C slur, but it's there.
It, 2024 came and went. That election came and went, and nobody gave a single fuck about January 6th. So I just hope that they keep on crying about January 6th, and I hope they keep on picking women to run as their candidates for president. And with that, you guys have a good night.
Thank you for being here. Check him out, gang. I have links to his stuff in my YouTube description. Gibbs.
Thanks for having me. It's been fun. Enjoyed it as always. Love debates. Yeah, I think that it's pretty clear that the Dims want to play ticky-tack word games, and they don't really care how they win. They just want to win. And I feel like these double standards really reiterate that fact and drive it home. In other words, yeah, also pondering. We'll have to talk some Star Wars soon. And one last note, did anybody else think that Enrique might be John Zerga's lost twin? Like, because they look identical, I think. It's crazy. I couldn't get past it. But yeah, thanks for having me. Fun as always.
Always a pleasure. And check him out, gang. Links to his stuff in my description. Destiny, please.
Yeah, I think there's two different realities. One is supported by hundreds of pages of deposition, thousands of hours of video footage, tens of thousands of eyewitness testimonies and everything else. And I mean, countless court documents, filings, cases lost, cases that went nowhere. And I mean, the other side literally just has a ton of conspiratorial nonsense behind it. And then this desperate attempt to weave narratives out of 7-second video clips that everybody knows is bullshit. Yeah, it's pretty sad and depressing. Hopefully the next president, when he comes up, can find a way to reconvict and rejail everybody that was involved in this shit, or exile them out of the fucking country, send them to El Salvador or whatever.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. And links to his stuff, if you need it, in the description. Dev, final word, please.
Anybody who wants to know more about this topic, as always, go to my channel, watch my 4-hour video on January 6th, where I go over autistically.
Hey, wait, someone made a
all
video
of the
on
evidence.
January 6th? That's crazy.
Yes.
That's awesome. I
Yes.
wish more people would do so, but go ahead, finish.
For those of you who don't know, that's an elbow at Destiny, because Destiny has been saying that he has a January 6th documentary coming out for like years now. And also, what's crazy funny about that is it came up randomly during the last time that I hung out with Steven, which was probably like 2 or 3 months ago. It was actually November. In November, late November, the Sam Bino, Destiny's like COO, was like, oh yeah, with all that extra free time, like let's say that you started streaming just Monday through Friday, and then you started taking the weekends off. It would actually be great for you to do, pre-recorded projects like your January 6th documentary. It was dope. It was fun. All right. Anyways, sorry. Let's get Dev throwing elbows.
What you guys here, this is a message to the right wingers in the panel, okay? What you guys need to realize is that Biden was the compromise candidate, okay? He was the one that Democrats went with when they wanted to reconcile with you. And that era of the Democratic Party is now over. At this point, when the Democrats win next, and they will win next, the only way for justice to be served now is for Trump and every single collaborator in his regime to be locked up. And then we need government programs to breed your women with illegals and then trans all your kids.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Jesus Christ. Okay, gang, wave bye, everyone. Thanks for coming. I love you all.
I hope he's joking. I hope he's joking. I don't know if he's joking. You guys are laughing like he's joking. I don't know if he's joking. He might not be. Dev might be pro-transing the kids and breeding women with illegal immigrants. So anyways, what I would say is, Christian Vlaris, you are correct. I am dipping out early today. I will be back at 6 p.m. for a debate on the WIC TV channel. I will be defending ICE's right to shoot random people in the face. And I will be fighting Lonerbox, a communist, and I will be pairing with a conservative. So it'll be fun. Macadanu SOS says, looks like I missed a real stream. Damn. No, it was all right. It was fun. We mostly just piggybacked on the panel from last week. So it wasn't as it was fiery, but mostly peaceful. It wasn't as much as I wanted it to be. Truth be told, I think World War debate might have been a little bit spicier, but also we have some Sargon of Akkad cringe to go over. And honestly, if I got good metrics out of milking Sargon of Akkad, I want a right-wing creator to milk. And but the problem is, I've been doing Fuentes, mixed results. Some of them do really good, some of them do very mediocrely. And then there's not really who else would I milk? Everybody else is so fucking boring, no offense. But if Sargon of Akkad, if we just found his biggest cringe and we started milking him and we started seeing good results, then I would keep doing it. I would turn him into my personal lol cow. Please wear that helmet to the debate tonight. I can't promise anything, but I do just want to point out the helmet real quick, okay? I'm talking about non-smoker when I'm saying communist. I'm not saying Lonerbox is a communist. So, anyways, this helmet, I'm going to get, like I said, airsoft mesh to put on the front of the visor. I'm going to get bicycle insert pads for the back of the neck and for the top of the head. That way I can seat it up maybe like a 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, make it a little bit more comfortable, make it a little bit more sturdy. I might get a chin strap and throw a chin strap in here. And then I'm also going to 3D print body armor. That way I have body armor to wear along with my ODST helmet. Then I'm going to paint it OD green. I'm going to buy some, what else am I going to buy? I'm going to buy Marine Corps pattern combat shirt and a Marine Corps pattern pair of pants. And then I'm going to go to I'm going to go into the Floridian jungle and I'm going to blow shit up with firearms. CD Sockdem, is that helmet on it? Looks like he has the most cop of all cop mustaches. I know, doesn't it? Instead of me having a beard, it makes it look like I'm a 1980s cop. It's pretty funny. So anyways, I'm a huge fan of the Bamboo A1 3D printer. I'm a huge fan of 3D printing in general. I'm a huge fan of taking my hard-earned cash from streaming with you guys every single day and YouTubing on 4 different channels, and turning it into firearms. So I'm a huge fan. So I'm going to thank all the people who donated to us, including Christian Vlaris with the oil of $50. But we had Christian Vlaris from the Ashes, Fast and Bulbous, Christian Vlaris with 50, Audacity with the 2, Cusium with the 2, Fell Runner with the 5, Charlie November with the gifted membership, Jack Home with the 5, AK Batusai with the 2, Jeb Kush with the 2, From the Ashes with the 2. We got From the Ashes with the 5. We got C. Goch with 20. We got Jen Winkler with the renewed membership. We got Darth Panzer with 25. We got Fell Runner with the 2, Vazraka with the gifted, Patriarch with the renewal of the membership, and Fell Runner with the 2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hanging out with me today. I will see y'all in 4 hours. Okay. Dana Calacloud, you came just in time in order for me to say goodbye. Rewind the VOD if you want. If not, I'll see you at 6 p.m. debating the shooting. Go watch Dev. Apparently Dev's live. So, parasocial love. Bye for now. See you in a second.